immediately left off, you guys managed to tick off a big thing on your list of things to do. It really worked out through a lot of pretty decent planning, in that you had you saw her coming was essentially what got you that.
That was the big upgrade.
a quick response and some good stuns, etc. So yes, well, immediately Fernbrand goes up with the Heartstone to see if she can treat her mother with the Heartstone, as it's a disease-curing miracle. And the rest of you, again, because you guys are kind of on the outskirts of where people are, it's not immediate response, but like, Wes Johnson, the guard, sees, and someone's been murdered. And and word of mouth, eventually people are coming over to kind of gingerly to look over at the corpse, sort of, oh, what's that?
A body!
Somebody's been murdered! Assault!
Some of them are probably. I've seen it in my dreams, I think.
I see people point at you guys and say, you killed this person! How could you? No, people are. There's a lot of excitement going around, and quite soon, of course, you would probably be approached by someone important. But we'll quickly cover what goes on if you try and cure your Egala Fernbrand with the stone. She has been suffering somewhat from something curious for a while, but if you can bring it to her, and she's nearby, so yeah, that's very feasible right immediately. So yeah,
I'll do that. I think this cures anything, and it's worth a try. Do you want to do it here or later?
If you think it's worth a try, then very well. Though I suspect that it might be short-lived.
Just hold out your hand and just clasp it, and think of good things, and then I'm sure it's gonna work.
She holds it in her hand, and she has some familiarity with magical things, so she would be able to figure out how to use it without too much problem. And she does. She immediately kind of sits up straight, and she seems to feel a lot better. And she would return it to you, but and she smiles, and she seems pretty. She breathes deep, like, and she kind of looks concerned after a second, which is like, this may only be temporary. It's not necessarily dealing with the root.
We'll keep trying until it works. I give a big hug.
Yeah, well, she congratulates you, of course. Nice work killing that hag.
Oh, of course. I'm glad you can sleep now as well.
I guess everyone can. And with that in mind, of course, yes, the count would have been roused, and people will be coming, and people come to inspect essentially, and they look at the night hag at you guys' feet, and the count's kind of like, he doesn't see decapitated things a lot these days, so he's like, excellent work, everyone. Good show. I'm gonna go. We can talk about this over there, perhaps. He doesn't want to talk directly next to her, but and Nebo as well is still recovering from the shock. Not only the one that he had, but the one that he gave.
Nice.
Shocking grasp.
His hands are all tingly.
I'm gonna go sleep. I'm gonna go level up. I mean, he's gonna have to think. But yeah, Nebo's, as I said last time, he's starting from the beginning because he doesn't like that thinks he was being influenced by this creature. So he's gonna start fresh, and then we'll see where that takes him. But yeah, there would be a kind of impromptu celebrating that going on, and there would be people would be, it would be generally let known that you can sleep well tonight, sleep as normal. We
haven't got these shifts anymore.
No shifts, just go to bed, sleep well. Obviously, there'll be people watching at night.
Yeah.
The night guard will still be.
Everyone goes at the same time.
now! Everyone immediately collapses asleep, exhausted from the last few days. They've not slept a wink. No, everyone's very, very pleased. And you guys can go to sleep as well, of course, as the night would go on. And you guys, unless you guys want to talk amongst yourselves about...
I won't be sleeping yet.
You won't be sleeping ever again.
Well, not until you say I have to.
Not until you have to, yes. Essentially, the way that's going to work, by the way, is if you keep going without sleep, then you'll start taking psychic damage, as your brain can't handle being awake.
Right.
Eventually. It'll take a week, as I say. Okay.
You might discover the truth, though.
It's true.
Exactly, it's the point.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I just need eyes on the inside that won't.
Eyes
on the inside.
Just cause, or some say cosm.
Can I do the sign, the signal?
Make contact.
If you ever, there's some things that make contact would work on. Maybe not here, but if you find any elder brains or whatever, just lying around.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So the night would pass again. Now that the year has reset, your dreams are milder and unplagued, and this night of all feels particularly sound. But that might just be a case of you guys have a heavy weight off your heads when it comes to sleeping. So yeah, the morning approaches. As you find yourself in that room again.
Oh.
Same old.
Yeah.
The windows are showing the regular world outside.
What about the strange creature? Is that still there again, or was that a one-time deal?
That does not make an appearance on this occasion, though.
Ah.
Unfortunately, I haven't remade that token yet. No, it has
Is
not
the armor and cloth for it still
Yes,
in there?
the armor and cloth is in the corner. On a sort of little mannequin, essentially, kind of coiled around it.
I would definitely schedule some time to talk to my father.
Sure, you can certainly get a hold of him. Yeah.
Because it's starting to get more and more questions that feels like you might have to.
And yeah, the figure did indeed specifically mention him by name, which was That
was very weird.
Slightly unusual. But yeah, well, you guys don't have to wait long actually in the morning till you are called for. Some people are quite hungover. There was again celebrating. Of course, Guy, Balin's good chum, has recovered from his nightmare haunting, getting his life sucked out of him a little bit. So he was very much using that extra life to get incredibly drunk and
good man.
With lots of other people, and now is kind of destroyed the morning.
He can get back to B plans now that he finally has rested.
So spring is at some point is on the horizon.
Time for bees.
Bees!
He's got 2 bees in a matchbox, just going, come on, breed!
Come on! Shake it!
Just these 2 worker bees, just kind of what the fuck do you want us to do?
But yeah, you guys would be not someone it's not urgent, but
someone would knock at the door.
people that you are to be congratulated. In fact, as you are brought before.
Oh, nice. We're getting a boon, guys.
Well, in fact, yes.
I feel deserving of a boon.
Definitely, and as you guys actually mustered, not mustard with a, or is it? Hang on.
All units are mustard.
Mustard brought together, not mustard the condiment.
That's not with an A.
Yeah. Yeah, it isn't, is it? Yeah.
No A there.
I'm bad at spelling. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people here. There's the Count. There is Lord Gerald, of course, his senior clerk these days, and the Aidan Alan, who is one of his advisors, and his other senior advisor, of course, Lord Fell Rexorite, and his assistant Garvey.
His dog's body.
His translator, and of course Sir Odo, who is in charge of anything that comes to martial stuff. And there's all smiles as you are brought together, and you are given breakfast at this meeting. It's a simple thing: bread and there's some preserves as well, which I've managed to keep over the winter, and some probably some
bread,
bread and some tea, freshly made bread, of course, as you have some grain that has been mysteriously donated, but has not poisoned anyone in the last week or two, so
probably fine.
Seems to be fine. It's good bread. It's good grain.
Good
This
smells.
is a welcome sight.
And again, in the morning, getting up nice and early as things are being cooked. It all seems like a sort of return to some sort of normalcy that hasn't really been able to be achieved for a little while. And
Haven't had this calm a morning since we landed.
It's true. So as you, there's a kind of long, drawn out, like, oh, you guys have done something, incredible. Thank you. There's nothing that we can really do. That's like, we haven't got a lot to give. If we gave you stuff like, there's not much more that they can give, like, materially. But the Count and Sir Odo have come up with a little idea, which is it'd be for the benefit of you in terms of just try and show their appreciation, and it would help the people of the town again to what's the word? Bring about a sort of sense of these guys are officialness. These guys are awesome. Sir Odo, of course, as a knight, has the authority to knight people, and they have decided that there's no 6 people in this town who are more deserving of being knighted than you, for what you've done and what they hope you would represent to the people here. And of course, being a knight, there's not a lot of like official stuff going around here, but it would come. You could, if you want a squire or something, then that could certainly be sorted out. And there would be people that have that. It lends a sort of sense of officialness to that. And also, when it comes to meeting with potentially any martial local neighbors, some sort of official title and like military structure might be impressive to them. Is a thought that some of the specifically Aiden O'Lan has that thought out loud. But it is mainly to try to celebrate you, if you would accept it.
I'll be honest, personally, I can't speak for everyone else. Obviously.
Yeah, I mean that sounds very nice. If you say squire, I could certainly use someone who helps me a bit in my preparations.
Certainly.
Already asking for squire.
a test, an alchemy tester. No, I get you. That's reasonable.
When kind of feels better than Odo, so he's like,
well, Odo's experienced. You could probably beat him in a fight because he's an old man.
You could also probably beat the queen in a fight.
It's not about. It's not. It's a state. It's a state.
I know. It's exactly.
Wind's a young lad.
I'm just imagining that now. Fucking David Beckham walks up, about to be knighted. I could have you.
Oh yeah. Oh, chin you cunt.
Oh yeah. And she just slaps his head off.
Somewhere in the D&D book it says like a general of an army should be the highest level guy in the army. So like Julius Caesar's like CR13.
Oh yeah, I feel like I didn't really.
Nah, I get you.
What's the title for a female knight though? I just know sir.
They would probably sir or lady if you would prefer. But they would default to sir.
They would be sirs.
Because sir is like, because knights are specifically a military thing, and
is it an I or an E?
It's an I, because I'm not George R.R. Martin or people stealing from him.
Yeah.
Looking at you, Dragon Age, with your E's.
It looks cool though.
Oh, they did, didn't they?
That's right. Yeah. It's just like, oh sir. And then also they have like an army of
Red
people
Cliff?
who are. They have an army of people who are sworn to fight the evil men who are like ignored and underfunded, etc., etc. Dragon Age is a good game, and it does steal a lot
Dragon
from
Age.
a good book.
I'm gonna do it again.
I'll do it again if I could.
Both the suggestion and where it's coming from, Balin just starts laughing for a short while.
Happily?
It's sort of just astoundedly. So Odo, I don't imagine either of us ever imagined this situation when moving beyond Ors's borders.
It is a strange thing indeed, but I have learnt much outside of Ors. A country I love, and he looks up and there's a tear in his eye. But there are many things that could be done better there.
Yeah, you don't have to tell me twice.
But yeah,
And in whose name are we knighted? Does this knighthood belong to? Is this order our own, or?
I would. They would be the suggestion that it would be nice for the people if you had like a name for the order of, you know, like, or the knights. That would be very convenient, and it would again be a good way to introduce yourselves. You could have like a banner for the council. I was thinking like, oh yeah, you could have like a logo. That'd be cool.
Merchandising.
I guess
Is logo the right word?
He wouldn't say logo. He would probably say heraldry. You could have
Heraldry, yes.
a coat of arms would be very appropriate. You could probably you
I've got a heraldry.
You have a specific heraldry. Yes, you
Is it
do.
on your belt? I can't really see it.
He's got a phoenix as I draw,
yes.
which is like a big long necked peacock.
And technically, I guess I have heraldry.
You do. You would have a heraldry that has to do. Basically, your heraldry would probably have like alchemy stuff on it because Lord what's his name? Lord Lawford, Lots of Elves, would have been made Lord when he became head of the Alchemist Guild, and that position comes with the lordship essentially.
Would he actually be okay with knighting me since I'm from like Mars and they hate each other?
Well, you know, he'd be. You're not government official and stuff. But he's like, whatever. Odo's moved on from that. He's
something to do now.
You're not part of the man.
That was my amusement at the situation, but we're well beyond Orsa's jurisdiction in time and location.
But yeah, you in terms of knighting, there will have to be a ceremony.
Hey, I don't hold any grudges. I was just going to do an adventure and shit. I'm not.
No, that's very
I'm not a political entity.
If you were a nasty magical construct that was built to rip the flesh from men or something,
He might have issue with it.
He might take issue with that. But no, you are.
So I'm not Sire, basically.
Yeah, exactly. No, yeah, that'd be the worst. But yeah, there will be a ceremony. Currently, DeWord, the High Priest of Rao, who is the most senior cleric we have, will probably conduct a small ceremony. Do bear with him. He's quite. He's a good man. There'll be a lot of justice talk, but I feel like that's something we can all stand behind. Anyway. Yes, an order name would be very, very much appreciated. It would definitely make. It would help in terms of renown. Yeah, it's, something that perhaps that we can pass on beyond even when we die. Maybe this order could keep going and become something great in time, greater even than it would be at the start.
Well, what are we now? I suppose that would make us Knights of Ramsey, the Order of the Ram.
Oh, you need not name it for me. That
maybe something we all have in common, such as
We are our own stuff. Yeah.
maybe the Order of the Index.
It's not
That-
so much
that is
common
their
as
own-
something we found.
Something we found, opened, and plundered, and grew stronger for it.
Order of the walked into a parallel creepy world.
the Plane Walkers.
No.
I changed my name to Jace.
Plane Walker. Anyway.
Knights of Ren.
Knights of Ren, maybe.
No, we're nowhere near lame enough for that.
You're not.
I meant the bird, obviously.
All the guards would think you very cool. And these guys
Planeswalk,
never-
obviously.
Who's that guy? He's a nice friend. Cool.
Oh, cool.
Ren and 6.
But yeah, again, it's not something you have to necessarily have an immediate answer to.
It sounds like a good idea. I mean, we've been working together for a while now, and I think it's nice being recognized as a group.
Yeah.
I think it'd be good for the people. I think it certainly raise morale in that way.
Yeah.
They'll have something to look up
I can
to.
see that.
People need hope.
Lord Lawford seems very, very pleased. He's beaming with pride, and would look awkward if anyone looks at him though, and would probably bring out some examples of heraldry and point like, often things are named for the tools of the trade, as it were, or an animal. Often, we're ruling out rams, it seems, or the Count would wish so.
Not gonna call ourselves the Order of Chickens, though.
How about the Order of the Lemon Boat?
Knights of the Cocktail.
The sour-faced knights, the lemon knights. I like that.
Cursed.
No, man, it's just a big lemon.
I'm very keen on that personally.
Of course you are.
I'm not here. Theo, the god who looks
We
over
shall
this world,
squeeze out
is
the
like, "Oh, yeah,
truth out of
lemon."
this land.
The citrus.
Ready for the pursed face of justice.
The night citrus. I like that a lot, but I haven't got an OC apart from all my OCs here to.
Yeah, you have
insert
voting
that.
powers by like 100.
Yeah.
Hag Slayers.
Well, I'm sure we'll come up with something in the
Witchbane.
next few days.
Sure. Then they would be happy to have the some sort of ceremony sooner rather than later, of course. As a
Well, before the goblin thing went.
before the thing, they'd like and yes, that is the second thing, of course, that we can have to talk about. This Moot, this hobgoblin war meeting.
Yeah.
And I assume you guys probably relayed most of
Yeah.
Just fill them in and be like, well, this is everything that happened, basically.
So-
and the time and meeting place.
The Count seems to have come to a decision, whether not one that anyone else here is especially happy with, his advisors, but one that his decision is, for this meeting, I would ask that you six accompany me and me alone to this meeting.
Are you sure of that?
I wouldn't want to risk all of the established leadership if something were to go wrong, and to take all of our armed forces there would perhaps be leaving anyone that's left behind at risk, and might show, if we want to try and convince them, and if you believe, it's from what you've said, it sounds the hope of coming to a at least not total war situation is there. So
War and conflict seem very much their language, but we do have some say in the terms, it would seem.
And it seems as well that, and of course you six have had dealings with them in the past, not in the least, you have not gained their ire in any way. You have managed to remain honourable and peaceful
They
in the
seem to follow their code. I would like to ask, Count, there's still a matter of the de-aging potion we found. I think I think you brought this up once. I don't remember. It's been a while.
You brought it up. He's like, I don't know. He's very much in the position of, I don't want to take it just because I'm the old guy.
Well,
Like-
it's not about. He's someone who the people look up to, and
That's true.
like kind of look for guidance. And everyone knows that he's been getting on in his years.
He's very old
Yeah.
for a man, for a human.
I understand that our potential leadership situation is still in flux, but I've said as much before, but this place grows more fractured by the day in some ways, and the person that rallied everyone here together, the reason there's 500 souls camped out behind a wall here, is because of you. You led people, they followed you and rallied round you, and at least in my opinion, I don't think that's something to dismiss. You might be uncomfortable with it, Count, but that's probably why you're the best choice. You don't want this.
He covers his eyes a bit, and he looks out over the place a bit, and he says, I will think on it.
At the very least, these hobgoblins...
Don't go throwing it away.
No. The hobgoblins seem to respect strength and might above all else. The suggestion that our leader might not be our strongest fighter was met with some confusion, and to be blunt, if this potion takes a little edge off your features for the years, then
How old is he?
He's nearly 70. He's 69.
So what would the potion actually do for him? Would it give me?
It might make him at least 5. I think it's at most 13 years.
I'm gonna read it out now.
So give him the exuberance of a 57-year-old.
It wouldn't make him a young man.
Let me finish.
Yeah.
It's a 1d6 plus 6. So it's
So before the
minimum
meeting-
7, maximum 12.
He takes the potion of heal giant strength.
Well,
Oh, and he just starts chopping down trees with his bare hand.
Yes.
I will say, I am ruling as well that the strength potion does like make you like hulk up. It doesn't. It does make you look stronger as well. It's not just like. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Don't choke
you
on the
would-
thumb that's in it, I'll say though.
Although, whether that makes him more eager for a fight or not, that remains to be seen. But
Yeah, if he were to become 12 years younger, say, that would make sure he lives naturally at least another 12 years, presumably.
Yeah.
And it would definitely because he walks with a cane right now, for example. And in his youth, as he would recall, he was quite a talented jouster. That was about as military as he got. But
Right.
so you can ride they can hold a lance and stuff.
if you have the gear, I mean, when the time comes, if there is armor for you to bear, I would present yourself in that form more than
If
only for ceremony's sake.
all of his advisors would be very much like, I know you should not put armor on and fight. You should not do that. Please don't do that. But he would be he would sort of be like, if it comes to it, he will.
I think they would respect your opinion.
Well, we
He's strapped
still,
to a horse.
we still
I
have
feel-
at least 7 days for you to decide on this. So just
Sure.
take a think about it.
Down it.
Okay. I
I
mean,
don't
if
see
he
what
drinks
we-
it, he'll drink an old Roman token. But yeah,
As somebody who wears armor that's
Sorry,
not very
Theo.
strong enough to wear.
that's true. Yes.
As someone who wears armor, they're not strong enough to wear. I probably don't look very impressive.
That's
You
well,
don't.
it's true.
Until you
You look
start
like a
doing
regular guy wearing a chain shirt, essentially.
So it may send an even worse message.
It's
I
true.
suppose it depends if you've got the
And
gear
also,
to
we're not them.
No, but
It's true.
we have little to bargain and barter with, and if only
We
for
have
some-
much to barter with. That's what they
Well,
want to
okay,
take.
bartering, true. Yes,
That's what
but
they want to take.
we want them to listen, and
The count would again. It would hold up his hand and say, if what you've said is accurate, if we can get them around a table, then perhaps we have yet as well to see the temperament of their leader. He looks at the notes that you guys probably got to him. It's like they're certainly polite, if a little odd in their content and their
It's a
what they're
different
assuming.
culture.
But
coward is an interesting title for their leader to bear. I
yes,
wonder if that will work in our favour.
I think that's something they wanted to prove, though. That people were calling them a coward, and then they have to prove they're not, essentially.
Yeah, it goes either way, doesn't it?
But yes, thank you again, everybody, for your continued and far beyond the call of duty, as it were, above and beyond. I shan't keep you on the stage. Please take it easy today, guys. Please do celebrate. And as well, actually, your father would actually approach you as the meeting sort of ends to say, good work. And he holds out his hand to do a handshake.
Oh wow.
And knowing that is as affectionate as we usually get,
It's pretty good. Yeah.
I would return it.
It's
Thanks.
always been a little weird us being noble. It's like air quotes, but you've earned it probably more legitimately than I did. So consider yourself double noble, I suppose.
Oh, double noble, nice.
Yes.
What does it
Right, I
mean?
was impressed.
Thanks.
Yeah, he'd start to turn away as it were to like go do something.
Father,
Yes, hello.
can I talk to you about a couple of things?
He sort of starts to look like he's about to say, "Well, I've got a lot to do."
Yeah.
Like, well, I mean, it's like, yes, of course. Yes, of course. Anytime. Now?
Yeah, if that's okay. I mean.
Oh, sure. Yes, definitely. Yes.
Busy.
Well, yeah. Well, today certainly. Let's talk. And he sort of squares up, like we're doing it. It's talking time.
Is this with any privacy, or are you guys still in the room?
Well, yeah. I mean, whichever way.
I think it's somewhat private, I assume.
There's not buildings essentially, so there's no like.
We're around.
Nowhere
not
safe.
much way to be super private.
Just grab some tea, go behind the tent.
Oh yeah, definitely. And he's sort of looking around to a place to put down his papers. He was like, I'll just hold them. But yeah,
I levitate a desk.
He's not really seen you do magic this close. Like he knows you do it, and he's seen it happen. But this is like he's very enthralled by that, and sort of. But it doesn't look like amazed. He looks sort of like worried by it, as it were.
Go on over here, and the desk slowly follows.
Okay. So yeah, he would follow.
I put my tea down on it. Yaz is getting more and more used to his powers.
Are you wearing? You're not wearing your armor, I assume.
No, I'm not. That's all in the bag. Actually, it wouldn't even be in the bag. It would probably be back in town.
That's true. Yeah, in your tent.
Yeah.
And then the ambush happens.
I would have the cloak though.
That's true. The lovely cloak.
Yeah.
What color is it right now?
It's yellow.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't really know how to talk to you about this stuff, but so okay, I'm just gonna bite the proverbial bullet.
What's that?
Musket ball. Yes.
Yeah, I'm just gonna bite the musket ball.
Sure,
my magic stuff.
Yeah.
And I kind of do magic jazz hands.
Yes, very impressive. You must have been studying with Nebo, right? The court wizard.
No, these they kind of just happened.
Okay.
And they've gotten stronger as I've been practicing with them and stuff. And I had a very weird waking dream thing the other day, and there was like an air guy in armor, and he knew your name.
He drops his tea here and there, of course.
Are you gonna float the tea before it drops?
Can I do it once?
Ah, damn.
I try and move the table to catch it.
Gust of wind, it spills over.
Yeah, it doesn't shatter. The cup does not shatter, but it's
And I don't. He just kind of looks himself up and down. Work like other people.
Okay. He's meeting your awkwardness. You're on the same level of awkwardness here.
We're basically mimicking each other's movements.
And he is decided to meet you halfway, as it were. And you've committed to bringing it up. So he's committed to okay. I probably should have told you this at some. It never really seemed time to bring it up. And then all the stuff with your half brothers came out, and it didn't really. It didn't. Yeah, there wasn't really an opportunity. I guess I'll. You know my insomnia.
Yeah.
Don't worry. It'll make sense. It won't make sense. I can't promise that, but it's related.
Yeah, your insomnia. Yeah.
So when I was an apprentice alchemist, I still suffered from insomnia, and the thing that got me my position in the guild, I came up with a rather impressive sleeping aid tonic. It would completely knock you out for 8 hours. No bad dreams. was the thing.
I mean, that's really good, but like, are you?
Don't. I'll explain. It never actually got mass produced. I made sure for various reasons, but when I was taking it, I took it for a full year. I had good dreams, and it was in this year where I slept well that everything was going really well for me. And because that's when I became the guild, the hall leader, and became lord, and all this. Anyway, when I say I had no dreams, that's not completely true. There were no very different dreams. Did you dream of like a palace and like clouds and like and the sky and stuff?
I mean, I saw a sky out the window.
Yeah. Okay.
When I was in here and I held up my sword. Is that? Were you in?
Jeez.
Were you in it?
He holds it like. Oh. This all happened when I was quite a younger man, and he looks quite embarrassed. I had some rather strange, what I assumed were dreams for a while.
Okay.
And then one morning, I woke up with your stepmother, and I was holding you wrapped up. I think you were. Okay, I'm going to say this the way that I've been meaning to say. I was going to wait for your birthday this year, but I realized that's like a year away, basically. Anyway, I think you might have been born in a dream.
What?
Yeah. He sort of shrugs.
Shrugs as well.
We went to bed. I got in bed, took the sleep aid, and then woke up, and you were wrapped up, and you had a little pendant with Yazrala written on it. And this is why my wife never really took to you. I'm afraid to say. I hope you can see why it was difficult to bring up, but I do not ask that you forgive me for not bringing it up.
Dude, your dad boned a cloud.
Am I real?
That's real life.
At least, I mean, I am. And you're 50% real. And he could point out that you guys have similar features, like our noses are very much the same. And you look a lot like I did when I was younger. You're certainly my son, he would say, and that's the most confident he sounded.
There's 23andMe when you need it.
Well, okay.
I wish I could remember more. I really do. They were some very pleasant dreams.
I bet they were, Dad. I bet they were.
Yes. Anyway.
Oh God.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the thing. This is Oh, well, I'll go. I'll fetch some. Don't worry. I have something for you, but later perhaps. I'll make. I need to check something out with it first.
Oh no, he's gonna die.
No.
No, he would have said, "I'll tell you everything you want to know." Just give me a moment, and then like,
Yeah.
Tell you everything you want to know tonight.
yeah.
Next time I see you.
Next time I see you, for sure. But
I'm
not
only
now.
2 days away from retirement.
God damn it, Ned. But yes.
Look at this picture of my family.
Yeah, take the key to the basement.
Mendoza.
Okay, Dad. Thanks for telling me now.
That's not really. I know.
Screw you for my whole life.
Yes. Yes. I should have said at some point.
I mean, I don't breathe, Dad.
Don't you?
Well, I can if I want, but I don't have to.
Yeah, I can. Well, that's. He's trying not to say. I guess that's good, because It's not really, but he doesn't like. Well, I there was a time I had a vague thought to maybe try and do some minor alchemical tests just to try and figure stuff out, but that didn't feel right. And then I sort of hoped it wouldn't matter.
Yeah.
I was a coward about it, and I can. Well, admitting that isn't exactly not cowardly either, but.
I'm gonna go find something alcoholic.
That's. Yes. I'll see what I can. I'll go through some stuff and I'll see if I can find this. I think I brought it.
I honestly can say I came to you expecting no answers, and I didn't expect that.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna go read a book.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure I can find a good recommendation if you'd like. Assume you start probably walking off.
Yeah, I just walk away. Yes, just walks away. Kind
He
of
probably
like,
sits there for a while. This is probably the stillest he is for a while. He's not doing any work at this moment.
So guys,
In front of one set teacup, one spilled teacup, and a table that's outside of a tent.
Yeah.
so since we're all getting united, I think we should celebrate a bit. Are you guys more for beer or more for wine today?
Yeah.
Yes. How did your meeting go with your father?
No, it's a wine day today.
I'm gonna ask Guy what he drank and then not drink that because the state of him this morning.
Well, Guy would inform you that you can't drink what he drank because he drank all of it.
Yes. Do you want beer or wine?
what's more alcoholic?
Wine.
Probably wine.
you look inside the alcohol jar. Probably.
Yeah.
It doesn't have a label on it.
I don't mind.
Great. Good talk.
Hey, he just asked which was more alcoholic. What do you think?
Sounds like a good talk to me. Says someone in the background.
Well,
Passing by.
anyway, I'll make some wine for us so we can have a good evening for a change.
I don't think it particularly matters what you make of. Just kind of not really do anything to me. But it's fine.
Sorry. He's gonna get some
Alright,
dragon
so-
balls.
What do you prefer the taste of?
Just you wait. Let's see how it comes out this time. No, it's not too bad.
Gotta get pure.
So does,
dragon.
I'm still
Does
drinking.
that make you Sir Fernbrand now then?
Well, I guess it does, but Lady Fernbrand sounds kind of
That's
makes
better.
it makes you feel a bit old, but it's kind of nice, I guess. I don't know. I haven't decided on it yet. Okay.
We decided on the squire pretty quickly.
I'll write it down a few times and then see what seems more fitting.
Yeah, you can start practice signing in.
Yeah, exactly. She says it to herself over the next few days, and we'll do the one that makes her go, yeah, that's the one.
Didn't really expect to get that kind of title in my life, but you know, didn't expect a lot of this.
Given the circumstances, everything is pretty weird.
Guy
don't
can have
really
some
hear
too
about
if he
a lot.
wants to. If he
Oh,
doesn't.
yeah, would you guys let anyone know that you're gonna be, in theory, gonna be knighted?
Oh, I guess I have to go and let. Oh God, yeah, I guess I would at some point.
Let's here we go.
Gareth would be very pleased.
Oh, excellent.
And the rest will be functions.
Well, I mean, so if you let everyone know in public, Saturn would probably just snort and think you're an asshole, but he probably would think that no matter what happened.
That's fine.
And Pluto would be, he'd pat you on the back and say, "I'm nice." Nice.
Nice.
What about Larry? He'll care about his opinion.
Larry doesn't know what a knight is, unfortunately. Larry would have to have it explained to him,
Isn't
and then
that
he would...
isn't that where it's not day?
It's okay, Larry.
Isn't that a knigget?
Isn't that the
So-
knight? Yeah.
Guys, I had some ideas regarding the giants. I've gone through some notes, and I have a few ideas, and I think I'm gonna do some experiments over the week. I think I can maybe try to make use of their more what's the word? Superstitious nature. I think I could try to write messages that seem like they're from that wind person that is now dead.
You gotta keep up the con.
Well, I mean, just something that puts us in our favor, at least.
It's risky if we intend to expose the con. They might rally against everything that was said.
Well, I'm not
That's
gonna.
true.
I don't want to expose the con, really.
Well, we do in the long run, don't we?
Can't.
Well, we can produce the same image that she can. So I guess it will just not show up anymore. But they still are waiting for like the big one to come, right? And so
Yeah, they're not going to get another portal open for another year, though.
yeah.
I trust your instincts and your capabilities of duping these people.
Well, I think I could try something where I increase maybe someone's size, but I don't think that holds very long. So I'm not quite sure how useful that will be. Which is why I was thinking of the more prophecy kind of writing. You know, it manipulates the clouds. She talks about manipulating clouds to write messages and goes a bit into a rant for 5 minutes until she stops herself and it's like, anyway, so like, yeah, that's an idea I have.
I was completely paying attention.
Good, very good. I'm glad he could keep up.
Yeah. Yes, finishes his drink, puts it down on the table.
You right there?
Yeah, perfectly fine. Tip top. Feeling like a dream.
Good. Dream. Interesting choice of words.
I'm looking forward to my dreams, and by that not having any hacks in it, that's for sure.
Hey, Yaz, you already have a squire.
I wouldn't say that.
I think Lung would.
I think
Is Long fighting with us?
I guess that is true.
He's probably around. He could definitely.
Oh, I'd invite Lung for sure.
Oh, he'd be happy to turn up.
Big news, Long.
Lung, do you
Well,
want
he
some
would. He
wine?
wouldn't know what. He wouldn't really understand what the distinction of knights and squires are. But if you were to explain to him what a knight is and what a squire is, he'd be like, "Yeah, that sounds like me."
Have you ever drank
It
wine?
sounds
before?
It sounds a little bit more to do with like shining shoes than anything else.
and that's definitely not our connection.
No. But when it comes to being sworn, certainly.
What do you think of this wine, considering you never had it probably?
So what?
I'm sure they've fermented something before.
I'm trying to make Lung drink wine, which you can't really drink things underwater.
He'd drink it if you give it to him.
Yeah,
he'd be happy to.
Sure. This is classic surface stuff. People celebrate and they usually drink alcoholic drinks like this.
He's obviously he's seen people drink stuff. He's been around, but let's see how his con does. Yeah, he'd be he would probably point out like underwater they don't drink stuff.
No, I guess there's not too much of a need for that.
So it's a bit weird, but it's sort of fun. It's a whole new world of things to do.
Dude, this is
Is he like Mark
this
Zuckerberg
is
learning to be a human?
He's doing a much better job.
too much sun cream. Too much
So
sun
much
cream.
sunscreen.
Oh my god, that fucking image. Oh.
The mask.
Really good mommy.
That's when we should have made the Terminator rubber face joke. about him.
Would he like take the wine, like put it in his mouth, and then just lean his head back?
Yeah, definitely. Just like,
Oh dear.
sort of leans his whole body back a little bit, head like looking to the sky. He's like, and then he big whiny grin.
So that's what I'll be doing. I'll be looking into different. I've had a lot of ideas, and I'm gonna try these out over the next days.
Yeah.
If you can spare time to point me in the direction of some particularly unfavourable plants, I'd appreciate it.
I could, but we're not really allowed to roam the forest right now, right? Because it's
I
still
can find
technically
a
their
few
territory.
things, as long as I know what I'm looking for.
All right. I hold out. I sketch him out or show him in my alchemy book. I still have. Oh, I had until I think you deleted it from the thing. Oh wait, no, I haven't. Hey, how about that? How do I show this to players? I don't think I can. It's a inventory. It's the green flower thistle.
Yes, the green heart is a plant that grows rarely but nearby that you can make into that spell, the catnap spell.
Yes, I think this would be very useful, particularly if we do happen to fight a bigger fight. Being able to heal your wounds and rest in a very short amount of time, I think would be very vital. So if you can find these, that'd be very good.
I'll keep an eye out.
Just make sure no one sees you.
That shouldn't be too much of a problem.
Here it is.
I guess Balin is my squire now.
Yeah, there you go. No, he's a whole knight. He has to get his own squire.
Thought came to my head.
Sure.
I'm talking to the group.
No, sorry. Yeah, sure.
The order. Maybe it should be not about just us, but about everyone here. Because we're the first people to cross back, to come back here, to return.
Right.
So what about something like the Knights of Returning?
I mean, it's very poetic.
I get where you're going with it, but...
Returning
And we always come back.
Oh.
Well...
Of exile or something, that makes sense. Definitely about the travel.
And also when we go on missions and come back.
That's true.
Hmm.
I think exile is maybe a bit too negative, but the Knights of Returning could be good.
Doesn't exactly roll off the tongue.
The returning knights would be like a sort of quite nice sort of like story sounding. It's the sort of thing that you would hear in, because the questing knight is of course in real life a real mythological thing, for example. And other knights are basically it's as reasonable name as any other knightly name. It's the wording of it would be the specifics, but yes. You could have the knights return here, but in Latin. I don't know what that would be.
Tonight's return alive.
Puts a bit too much emphasis on, the aftermath of the fancy deeds. I mean, all the good heroes are supposed to come back. It's what about they do, right?
No.
Not that we're...
Martyrdom and sacrifice is a key part of the hero's tale.
Yeah, only if you're an idiot.
Return with the elixir is the most important part of the journey. Back.
Well, we can throw it in the hat. We still have a few days.
Oh, I fully intend on quizzing Guy for a few names. He's good at naming drinks. It's got to follow.
Well, yeah, he wouldn't have many great ideas. I'm not gonna lie. Apart from Lemon, he's very keen on the citrus knights. As would anyone be who you ask.
Would definitely have a hypothetical conversation with him. Hypothetically, would he be a squire?
He doesn't want to fight. He does not want to fight. He would be happy. Well, he's getting on. You are going to live for another 100 years. You need someone younger than him. He would think, but he would do it if you really ask. But
it's true.
He's got a plan. He's got stuff he wants to get done.
I can actually make maybe more of this potion of longevity, but the details are a bit darker and very complex. Hag magic has a lot of weird steps to it, and I think it's gonna be one who has to decide how much are you risking to go.
The first bit of magic we got exposed to was slitting hands and getting names written in a book. It's not exactly...
Yeah, it's not necessarily fairy tale writing. I would read someone for a night rest, that's for sure. The hacks are... The process and everything is... It's very dark. Very dark. But... Yeah.
You know what us 6 knights should first do? I think that our first duty should be to one of our noblest friends. I think we should all go clean Nebo's tent.
I guess we owe it for that. Yeah.
Sure, I can do that. I can. Yeah, I've got some of my mending gel. I can take care of the rips in the cloth.
Nice. People, if you guys go do that, people will definitely see that would give you some.
Plus one renown, baby.
Plus points, but with the you're not being stuck up. You're going and helping out. You're doing good stuff. You're not just killing stuff. You're doing the afterward as well.
Hey, I've done that the whole time, alright?
We've all got mocks,
but you're all doing it very visually in this case.
Yeah, I know how to
I'm
get
used
blood
to
out
doing
of
bitch
things.
boy work on the ship, so this is fine.
That's true.
Mhm.
And Nebo would be very happy. And Nebo's a bit sad that some of his books got quite a lot of blood on them. But he thinks that he could probably rebind the outside with a new cover, and there's a few bits he could trim off to get the blood off without removing any text, so that's fine.
What is the trick for blood? Is it red or white wine? I never.
A paper guillotine will do the job.
I think it depends on the carpet as well.
That's true. So it depends. So long as it's not on the words.
If it's on the shag carpet, I
Not red
think
blood, is
you're
it?
out of luck.
And in terms of what's done with the body, it probably would be burned.
Yeah, makes sense.
Makes sense.
That would have been what would have happened probably last night, to be quite honest. I forgot to mention that.
Because we think that the hags used to be like people or anything, right? Like before this, would anything be weird with like would they revert, or would like their bones be weird or any? I'm trying to just think if there's anything really weird about them.
Sure. From what you read, they're basically a completely new creature.
Okay.
But with like some stuff from the previous thing, but they're like a whole new body, essentially.
They're kind of a new. I know exactly how they're made.
Well, you guys.
Did she have weird blood like Leonie?
Excuse me?
No, she had red blood, I believe.
I think she did have it.
Yeah, she had red blood because I got the red pen out and I splattered it everywhere.
Essential. Think of like a sacrificial thing.
I think I have an idea.
That's how you
One of
make
them.
hacks. I don't really want to go further into detail about it.
One of them asked me.
But they are a new creature, from what I understand. But they are based on living people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
This whole time has Orion just been saying Sir Stormborn.
Oh yeah, 100%. It's just been
alright.
going on.
Stormborn.
Sir
Now that's-
Stormborn.
That's a
It's
title.
better every time I say it.
How many times have you said it? What's the plus?
How many times has he said it? Let's see.
Well, do 100.
Yeah, obviously. Oh,
Oh, 66.
heck yeah.
Execute order. Anyway,
Nice.
Nice.
Rise, Sir
Time to
Stormborn.
kill everyone in the village, guys.
Well, the next, the rest of this, the coming days, you'd be doing the downtime stuff that you guys would continue doing, and you're doing stuff to level up. You're resting. You're practicing your things. Obviously, you had a boost the night before, a glimpse of what you could be soon, as it were, when you are fully level 5.
There would be at least 2 times where there would be an explosion a day in Fernie's alchemy shack. She would also go outside and make like a fire in the middle of the plaza and just let it burn, and it would smoke terribly. Just way more than usual smoke, and it's an absolute mess. And takes half a day to clean it.
Yeah. That's very reasonable. That's fair enough.
What are you up to?
I'm trying to make the weather bend to my wills, yes. I'm busy, she says, frustrated.
I mean, I don't have any experience with that at all.
Any other people walking past hearing that, I'm like, oh, okay. I'm sure it's fine.
Maybe next time you help me with that so it doesn't smoke the whole area, if you want.
And then it cuts to those two doing it together, and gust of wind just makes the fire bigger.
No!
Oh, shit. Well, and of course, on the next day is, of course, Crimbus. All the people from Orse know the tale of Saint Crimbo, the dwarf who was a very, very heroic and sacrificed a lot. And of course, Odo dresses up as Crimbus himself.
Oh my god!
to give presents to the few kiddies that there are
amazing.
Around. Not too many, but there's a couple.
That's great.
What a hero.
What
Instead of ho ho ho, does he just say hon hon hon?
Of course it does.
I like it's Santa with a gun. Oh no.
No, gun. I took his gun away. I specifically I can't have his gun still out when he's Santa.
The confetti that comes out of it.
Here, kid, take this Glockenspiel.
That would be terrifying.
He only gives the wooden guns away.
Exactly. And it's the traditional Crimbus gifts are little like sweets and stuff. As Crimbus was famous for bringing food and supplies to a town in time of need. And that was his big heroic deed.
Oh, I'll definitely give him honey for the day, but not make it obvious to Guy.
That's true. Well, again, guys, they've already dismissed your honey as being too boring to make cool mead out of. But you could there's honey candy that one can make by cooking down honey, and it sort of solidifies. So that'd be grand.
Just a spoonful of honey for each kid before we
and the
Get your spoon, that Fernies.
Are
Just
keen
the
on
same spoon. Oh god.
Yes. Hygiene hasn't been invented yet.
The pandemic starts.
It's the lady with the exploding shack that hands out sugar to children.
Yeah, she's got soot all over her hands. She doesn't even wash them. It's great. Adds flavour. Okay, so I'm just writing something down. That is an unnecessary line. Okay, cool. But yeah, beyond that, the basically the next thing that'll happen is you'll go and have your meeting, or rather, the first thing you'll get knighted, and then they'll go off. And the 8th day after will have happened, and as you can have read your book by this point as well. Nice. Okay, nice. Yeah, I assume from now on, every time anyone writes anything with an N, it has to be have a silent K before it.
Obviously.
Otherwise, what's the point? As you are in these days, your father does indeed find the thing that he was looking for, which was it's a little rock. I haven't drawn it yet because I wasn't sure when you were going to talk to him about it. With your name on it in Auron, and it has some magical effects. And I shall show it to you. And you know what it does without even having to get it identified.
Oh wow.
You just holding it, you kind of realise. There we go.
It's probably
Info journal.
Powers awakened, so
it's safe. It's got a scary name. It probably won't be called that. That's just the name of the actual item. I'll just call it. In fact, I'll rename it right now. I'll call it
Magic Bean number 2.
Well, I mean, he can see it. It's his. Anyway, it's in your items.
Oh,
right. Nice. Close that. I think I wrote it right. Take a drink. Right. So yeah, the next thing on the list would be a ceremony. But you don't have to. I'm not going to force you guys to come up with a name right now. And in theory, we can have it be even like a retroactive thing that you hadn't thought of a name, because I'm not going to. You guys can have a couple days to think about it, and if you guys want to have a vote or whatever in the Discord or however you want to deal with it, if anyone comes up with a great idea, that'll be fine. But yeah, the ceremony, as the Count pointed out, would be indeed led by the guy, Mr. Word, who is the cleric of Rao. Here he is. He's a very, very dry man. And he would talk at length about the principles of justice and how there are those who uphold these great principles that keep our great, great society together, and how these are the domain of the great god Rao, who is, of course, the god of justice and all that stuff. That's not what he says. He'd say it in a much longer-winded way than I did. And the ceremony, most people are here to witness it, and there's definitely a lot of, like, when is this guy going to go away so we can get to the bit where it happens and we'll go, yay! Which is what everyone's really waiting for, is the bit where they can go, yay! And after probably a good 10-15 minutes of this guy talking about how justice is important and how knights are yes, they are also a symbol of our great, great society. and justice and such. Odo would have his sword, which is quite a nice, fine sword, and he'd tap it on your shoulders, and he would dub ye's knights, Sir Knights. So you can write a Sir in your name.
Nice. I already did it.
You did it. You did it early. That's fine.
So I looked it up for female knights and stuff. At least
Yeah,
that's what Mr. Wiki says.
Right. Well,
Female
yes.
equivalent for knighthood is damehood. To soldier, female equivalent term is typically dame. But there were no female knights actually in history. But
There were no wizards and there were no artificers.
No. But like some, because of their deeds, did fulfill the role.
Yeah.
So to say, I guess Dame Fernbrand
You
would
can
be
be
that.
dame, you can be lady, you can be sir.
But lady is although usually the one, the wife of a knight.
Yeah.
So
Again.
I think for now, we'll just settle with sir. Let's just go
Sure.
sir.
I think it's a unisex title in the one.
Yeah.
There would be female knights. You are not the first lady knight in Soz.
Damn.
There's no sexism in this universe.
Damn it.
None at all.
Finally.
There's no sex.
There's no sexism. Only
Well, I think there is some.
no.
Well, no.
Oh.
Regular children are delivered by the stork,
There's
and
all
you apparently appeared in a dream.
there's only dream sex.
He took it out of
The
the
best kind.
No one has genitalia.
These are all
Kendalls
true.
everywhere.
Hmm.
Look, Wynn's too young to know.
He's not even an adult.
No.
He's gonna be an adult. He's gonna lose.
I was an orphan then, I guess.
I know how it's gonna be. She's gonna take the title Sir Fernbrand, and the first time someone called her that, she's gonna be like, just call me Miss Fernbrand. It's weird. to
Sure,
me. It's
that's
weird to
fine.
me.
Yeah, in official occasions, you will be referred to as Sir.
Sure. I'm cool with that. That sounds good.
I shall look at this map and check that I haven't put I did put something on it that I don't want you guys to see yet, so I will remove that. Good.
Sir Donahue. That is
You mean there's things we don't know? What? Spoilers?
You don't know? Yes, unfortunately so.
Sir
Wow.
Donahue.
Can't believe you.
Push on the big map. This,
Huh.
She still haven't actually finished, but don't worry about it.
Not even sweat.
I swear. You guys haven't even going over there yet. You will, however, be going down here. This is the bottom of the cliffs to the south, where the meeting supposedly should be taking place.
Oh, right.
These mountains and rocks.
No, this is basically the cliff slopes down to the sea, and they are outcrops essentially as it slopes down. It's not like a perfectly smooth.
So,
Where do they live?
So just to ask that out of character real quick. Before the meeting and like the goblin stuff and all that, do we have time to do the giants, or is it just kind of
Basically, no, I don't want you, because I don't want you guys to be doing too much adventuring between leveling up, as it were. That would be too much of a.
Okay.
You guys have to like rest and level up. If you went to do that, you wouldn't have been able to level up.
Right.
It's actually quite interesting you mentioned the giant stuff, Ms. Fernbrand, because in this book I've been reading, there was a little talk about the locals, which might be
Really?
important. Yeah.
Yeah, as you travel down, you'll have time to talk about what's in your what you've read, if you'd like as well.
Yeah, I've finally gotten around to reading my book from the Index. My book was written by Hamid, and I'm going to abridge it quite substantially, but if anything comes up, I'll let you know. Basically, it's his account of rulership, kind of after they probably dispatched of Creven. There's some rather flowery language kind of describing their world almost as like a circle, probably their close bands of friends, and how it grew, and the city's vaguely shaped like a circle where we came from. It talks about a few individuals in here, about giants and run-ins with people, and it's rather interesting reading just to see how he seems to stretch himself like not enough butter over too much toast. Yeah, there will be some more important things. Like, there's a lot of place names in here about like towns. Like I think I know what that town across the bridge is called.
Oh, Lionsbury, wasn't it?
I think that's what its more current name is. In what I read, I think it's called Lionwall. And this place presumably is Cliffhome because it's near the cliffs.
Oh.
Did you find anything about the like that pool of water that was named?
There's
Don't remember.
Oh,
name thing. Yeah. I don't remember.
Benoada.
that's it.
I do not remember that name at all. No. There was some interesting talks about locales. About how he talked what was potentially to the north and to the south. It was in reference to a conversation he was having with a giant that seemed to almost challenge his honor. He said that there were beasts to the south and dwarves to the north.
Dwarves to the north.
That's what he says.
This is entirely the wrong direction for Mars as well.
You know that dwarves came over with the original refugees. There were some dwarves on those boats. That is a known thing.
And yeah, some other things that make, not obviously now, but if they become important, I'll definitely let you guys know about them. One of the things was talking about how they did initiate some trade with food for some profits of some hill giant mines of copper and tin.
Oh.
So I don't know if those mines have long dried up, but that might at least be something we can get from those guys if their neutrality is not enough.
Was there any mention of the quarry nearby?
It could be the same place because it just talked about local hill giants. Yeah, it's again, they're talking about events that happened such a long time ago. Yeah.
It's still interesting nonetheless. Right?
It is very interesting, yeah. If anything else comes up that I think about, I'll definitely let you know. Again, very much centered around the fact that once they overthrew the former king, it kind of fell upon them to kind of reforge the land. They also use the word moot in here as well, which is rather interesting. I'm very much wondering if the hobgoblins tend to lend a lot from these old heady days. As they talk, their leader Anid was meant to be their strongest and their most ardent supporter who went into battle for them. And he defended the rights of all the free folk and all these things which seem to be kind of what these hobgoblins are emulating. So I wonder if they might have a common origin myth that we might be able to lend upon.
As the Count as well is accompanying on this trip, and he would be very, very interested to hear anything about this this history. And as you guys are leaving town, actually, it becomes pretty obvious pretty quick that the Count is an old man and cannot walk very fast.
Is he though? Did
but
you decide to take the thing?
When he is when you guys are about 100 feet away from the wall, he looks over his shoulder and he produces from his coat a little statue, a little white ivory statue, and he says, "Forgive me if I ride this." And he throws it onto the ground and he says in Elvish, he says, "Family," and from the ground, this little statue grows into a large ivory statue of a ram.
Oh.
That is an amulet that he sits on.
Well, that's going to be one way to make an entrance. I don't suppose you got more of those.
It's your ram.
This was a wedding gift from my.
Can I find Steve to make something that looks similar?
Okay. You could make you can get a regular. I don't think you could make a.
Sure. I'll have a ram just for now.
Yeah. So, Engels, you too. You cast. You probably flip through the book and you summon yourself a steed.
Hey, wait, what? When have you been? What? This is new.
Whoa, that's new.
from I guess like there's probably some sort of some ethereal light and fog would appear, and you
those words.
A loyal steed to you. We'll have to talk about what it'll
I'm
break.
furiously looking for a mega sheep.
Did that come with
You can wrangle it right now.
The Nega sheep are not.
He haven't one up.
You haven't tamed them. You haven't had the opportunity to. So
I mean,
yeah,
it's a nice surprise. I
If we're
don't
going
want to find out
force
what.
projection, you know,
Oh, yeah.
a matching motif.
It's a good 7 miles.
It,
as well.
it probably isn't what I'd normally do, so we haven't got to like discuss it being this always.
Yeah.
But I thought just for now, I'll have it matching.
Yeah, definitely. So the count mounts up on this, and it is definitely it doesn't like have hinges. It's like a statue that is like bending and moving as if it's a living creature.
Oh, and
It's like fluid.
Kind of, yeah. It moves magically.
Like
Essentially.
claymation, yeah.
Yeah, like claymation. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
And-
no,
one last thing from the notes I've got to mention. I sort of talked about north to dwarf, south and beast. Past the city across the bridge, he also talks about the giants that way. And that's probably the giants from all of the artwork we've seen, you know, with the great fighting.
Makes sense.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Well, that's what the dragons are then, if there are any.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Good.
Oh, and also they talk about how this town we're from, you know, with the ruins, it's actually apparently to them quite small. So the Lion's Wall is where most of the people live, so it's probably very big.
I wonder if anyone remains there. Presumably there must be, right?
on the hill, you could see there were walls that still existed. It wasn't like a complete ruin. It was hard to say. The main thing you could see was a very clear keep, essentially, with a central sort of tower. That's essentially a drawing of what you could see. But there was clearly stuff around it, but again, too far to have a clear view of what it was and the
I
state.
guess we'll find out one way or another. Or though this place had skeletons, across the river has undead, we think, and
Right.
yeah.
I hope they haven't decrepified as everyone else has.
I'll probably.
this wedding gift?
That was his that would have been my dear wife. My daughter has one as well. She was a gift. It was we each had one.
Did your wife pass over to the elf side?
Yes, 50 years ago, very shortly after the birth of my daughters, she felt the
Call.
as it
Yeah.
were. It's tragic, and Phelan has never really been able to get over it. It's a terrible thing, of course.
You know,
Similar.
She's just a girl, though. I'm sure she will get through it and be able to forgive.
the crystal orb is recharged now, so we could use it to maybe find your wife.
Yeah.
Well,
Perhaps when we get back to town, yes. You guys are like walking around now.
Yeah.
I would. Well, it'd be odd to see her after so long if she's fine. But anyhow, let's focus on the task at hand for today. But thank you, yes, for your. It's a kind offer.
Come on, Orion, stop trying to wrangle that sheep.
Aww.
You're gonna make an it's not
Technically, Khalidus is still the leader of us 6, so it makes sense that he is a ram.
He rides with Richard the Ivory Ram. That is the name.
Oh, nice.
He is called Richard. That is the name of his steed.
What's your steed made out of, Khalidus?
I haven't specified, don't I? So it would be celestial.
Oh, nice. It's like a golden coat.
Yeah.
Never would get a heart attack at this.
Fate light. Yeah, it would definitely.
Yeah, well, he might. You know, I think we've all picked up some new things over the week.
I wonder if Nebo's going to get familiar.
Ooh.
that should be fun.
Never's going to get a whole new token.
Well, maybe if I show him this, I can help him.
Are you gonna give him a token with like
Does his hat
lightning
grow?
crackling
Help
across?
him get
Well, it might be
familiar.
nice to help him back.
Yeah, because
He's been very helpful to us.
yeah, well, when we get back, I'll try.
Eventually, will he get a big hat, Logan hat?
Yeah, just
Oh, that'd be great.
It's just the size of him. You can't see him anymore. It's just a hat.
Yeah, definitely. As you go again, it's quite a long journey, but it's open terrain, so you're able to see clearly up ahead. And when you get to the top of the cliffs, the second is a dips down here, and then it goes back up again. You can actually see that there is a pillar of smoke from on the horizon over this way.
Can I make a quick suggestion as well for the trip? I'd like to bring at least 3 samples of the solvent for getting stoned by these chickens that run around here.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Because that's to be expected that we may run into a few.
Yeah.
So.
That's reasonable.
Does 3 sound reasonable?
You'll be able to get 3, if that's what you mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Again, they've been hunted quite effectively, perhaps too effectively. It's definitely gotten harder to hunt recently.
Are they bison?
It might be them getting wise to like, we can't just hang out here now. We have to hide a bit better.
We have to adjust.
They attack the hunters with firearms.
Yeah.
I get really scared.
So yeah, you can. There's a not very wide pillar of smoke, but basically it looks like someone's lit a sizable bonfire up ahead.
That may just be it.
That's probably them.
It would still be the morning. The account probably would have liked to set out relatively early. What was it? A time was not really specified.
If you get there by midday, that seems reasonable.
Yeah, you definitely be able to manage to get there midday. It's no problem. Okay.
Yeah.
If you guys want to make a big entrance, I can certainly do that.
I'll just put a little file on the map. Then we can.
Oh no!
Well, the count is interested in. He wants to try and be able to talk calmly with them about this. So anything he doesn't want to scare them or make them think that we're too threatening necessarily.
That's true.
That's what he would be.
Fernie puts the rocket away.
Ooh.
Surfs to it. Would you look ahead at all with your telescope?
Yeah, sure. Definitely be scouting ahead a little bit.
So from you'd have to get a lot closer to be able to see immediately, but from say this distance, yeah, that's reasonable. You're able to see that yes, there is a bonfire that's been put up, and a lot of rocks have been moved around. It looks like you don't. It seems quite deliberate placing of some quite large rocks, and there is a large shape you recognise as a mammoth. There is a mammoth there. Who knows? It appears to have sort of something covering it, some sort of leather armor, essentially, perhaps. And you see a number of figures. You can't really make them up from this distance very well, but there's not loads, not loads and loads of people over that way. But you do.
Well, good news. It looks like they had roughly the same idea. I don't think it's going to be war immediately. And yeah, I'd relay the rest of the details to the group.
I don't have any military training. I'm talking to Enceladus nearby. Does this look like what an ambush would look like?
Potentially, but there isn't really a place to ambush from.
It's too open, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
You could run up the hill in theory, but there would be a long run up.
We'd be able to see them coming from quite a distance. So unless they're using some kind of invisibility or something. Not that I think they have that ability, but I don't know.
They were disgusted at a theft. It doesn't exactly seem like their tactic.
I also, but they may have rules for when subterfuge is allowed.
When would you have Lung come along, by the way? Just out of interest.
I would suggest that just because that's one extra body in case.
Yeah, I'm happy to come along. Yes.
If that's all right with everyone.
You spin your words. Well, you've impressed him with your words, so he means it.
Good.
Although he still likes fighting things and thinks that that's good.
Sometimes it's good.
Sometimes it's good. Okay, so as you approach, you get a better look, and I will drag out the people that you can see. Finale. First thing that you see is, yes, indeed, a mammoth. It looks quite elderly. It's kind of graying, and it has a big red thing painted on its trunk. That is the first thing that you can notice.
Oh,
The
that's
second-
fuzzy.
You also then see that there is a lot of tall, and the reason why you notice this one first or second even is because the size of this person's armor is huge. You see this person who you've not seen. I can make them big. Whew.
Oh my lord.
Their armor is very big, and they're sort of standing in it more so than anything else. They're like you know how like samurai sleeves with these big tubes, and like they look like big like bricks essentially. It's kind of like that. And
Two positions, standing or sitting. That was it.
Yeah, exactly. And they're carrying a long, shafted weapon that has like basically a full sword on top.
So
of
the
a long-
nameless king's weapon.
It's very similar to the nameless king.
Sword spear.
It's a sword spear. It's a similar design. I
Oh,
like
that's so cool.
I like that.
it. But yeah, and you also see
Man, that was insane.
someone that you
Mushroom.
you see this guy who you recognize as the guy who was hanging out with on the night of the full moon, doing some sort of rituals, going about. And you know, next guy you notice is noticeable because he is way smaller than everyone else. Is this guy? Is a goblin
Oh,
who's armored and has two swords, and he looks tougher than the average most of the goblins that you've seen.
Mm.
And he's got one of his eyes is
quite a chin.
sliced over. They all, to be fair, the regular goblin had this chin, which was still pretty hench. So
I was wondering if there'd be a goblin representative.
as we approach, I'd like to.
There's one more.
Okay.
Oh,
There's one more. You see one more person, kind of stand behind most of them. Another hobgoblin who looks kind of different to these ones. This person has a spear and a shield and plate armor.
You can respect that.
That, I believe, let me just check this. Yep, that's everyone who's there.
I'd like
Yeah, you
to use some eye drops and cast see invisibility on me.
Okay. You do not see any revealed creatures. They appear to be completely, that's them. There's no one invisible standing around.
Just all I wanted to check.
I see that. That's good. Okay. And that's all
Pupils
good.
are a bit bigger now. She looks a bit more scary.
From my conversations with goblins, they say they can rise through the ranks if they demonstrate their merit. So he's probably one tough goblin.
He looks like he's seen some action.
When I wrote his name, I laughed for a minute. See how bad his name is.
I can't wait.
Like a Warhammer goblin.
It's just dumb. It's just terrible. But I love it. Anyway,
Okay.
there's you approach, and as you see that a lot of them are sort of huddling around this fire, and it is quite a cold day. It is still winter. You guys are traveling, so obviously you're keeping your heart rate up, but you're on the top of a cliff, so the winds are pretty harsh around here. And you can see actually that there's the fire is being shielded on the cliff side by some large rocks that are conveniently there or have been put there. And next to the fire is a big stone slab that sort of looks kind of table-sized, essentially. I'll sort of draw vaguely what's going on. Yeah. And they would see you coming, and you'd see them coming. And they sort of stand up in a sort of formation with this one at the front, and these two kind of behind, and this guy kind of next to this one at the front, but kind of a little behind, standing ready to help out, as it were.
Right.
Out of interest, is the mammoth acting like a mammoth? Is it like eating grass or whatever, or is it looking at us like it's a
Sure.
sentient?
It's not
A
really paying.
rareware character.
It's sitting down right now, like on the floor. It looks pretty. It seems to be a regular old mammoth. It's staying away from the fire.
I have a quick question. If you have dark vision, right?
Yes.
Does your eye color change a bit?
These guys all have glowing eyes because I liked it and I thought it looked cool. I said this to Raj earlier. They don't have they have regular eyes, but they are they're colored. They're colored eyes, like they have yellow or bluish, like colored. But having dark vision does not. It's not like something you can obviously see.
I was thinking whether using dark vision on a count would make him look more mysterious.
Oh, I see. No. It would not. I would say that these guys do have photo-reflective eyes, like cats, essentially. In the right conditions, it will appear to glow. You also notice as you get closer that this one appears to have a mushroom growing out of her head.
Yeah. It's first thing.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that.
I will not ask her about it, but I will keep wondering about it.
I'm going to get because I suspect I might have to talk a lot in a second. And I'm going to try and not go too much. Let's see what happens.
First thing he says is
He's going to say it as he comes back.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, all my weapons are loaded, blades are sharpened, knives are slacked and oiled. I'm ready if anything happens. I think I should probably leave the diplomacy to you lot.
Okay.
Are we anticipating a fight here?
That was quick.
I hope not.
They call me the Flash. Call me Wally West.
I hope not. I just got the party tricks today.
You didn't prepare all your super dangerous spells.
Yeah, I don't really have any combat spells prepped. That's fine.
Okay.
We're just talking, right?
Wait, huh? You're not here to fight anyway.
Yeah,
exactly.
Talk.
We're talking about the fight.
As you guys get close enough, you can close enough to hear. You see this one, the front one, who I'm just going to straight up say that's Benna the Coward. It seems pretty obvious that that's who it is. She's the one in charge.
Oh.
She turns around to this guy on the right, the sort of like moldy looking breastplate, and says in Goblin, so Yaz can understand, and they speak pretty loud. They're kind of shouting. You see them now, Doomsayer. Go on, roll your bones. What happens? And this guy kind of gets out like something from his bag.
Amazing.
Starts shuffling around, and he throws something on the floor.
Okay.
And let me see. Let me click the button. There you go. And he looks at it. He's looking on the front. He's rubbing his chin. And as you hear him reply, "'Tis a bad omen." and then everyone's looking at him expectantly. He says, "A bad omen. It must be for our enemies." And then Benna sort of looks like, and shakes her head and turns to you guys and says in perfect common,
"What?
Good morning, Bramwites. Welcome. Thank you for this moot."
Gift of gab.
Oh, yeah.
She approaches this table and she kneels in front of it essentially.
A pleasant welcome.
And would also I hate having to talk to myself as an two.
It's very difficult.
It's probably going to be real quiet. If you'll interject every now and again. But yeah, you guys can turn up, and you're all here. And she would suggest for you to sit at the table. And it's a wide table.
Yeah.
And the count would probably kind of look around at you guys and be like, I guess I'll take a seat. I guess in theory I'm in charge. She, as Count sort of looks at them and she doesn't look impressed.
Yeah.
She's kind of making the face that she's making in her picture of extreme severity and just like.
I told him he should have taken the longevity potion.
Should have taken the strength potion. Should have got huge.
Yeah.
Got absolutely ripped.
Should just lie and everyone else was in charge.
And there's a couple of curious.
Why does it have to be a lie?
Count's creature as well.
Still talking about this elf coup.
I can't stop him. Every downtime session, I'm trying to stop Tombstone from destroying my campaign, but he keeps. He's killed so many NPCs. So
we're down to 100.
With his elf coup.
He's just been murdering them and then replacing them with straw men, and he keeps rolling like 20 for like disguise. So I can't.
There's a lot of guys you just haven't realised yet.
Jesus.
She introduces herself to the Count, and I'm Banner the Coward. Pleased to make your acquaintance. And she would wait at the Count. Count Edward Ramsay, and yours. And she kind of looks around at you guys.
Give a nod.
She gestures to the people behind her. This is John the Doomsayer. Flax the orphan, pointing at the lady with the blonder hair, and this guy is Rug the Dumbass, or Rug Dumbass.
What?
Rug Dumbass.
Rug Dumbass. Oh, and this is Drought, and gestures to the mouth.
Oh.
Does something seem off about that mammoth?
It looks old, essentially.
Okay.
It has
Okay.
white eyes. I like everything's white eyes. It doesn't.
Yeah.
It's not like blind or like undead or anything. It looks a bit scary.
I was more thinking druid, but
Sure. I guess.
We're closer. Oh, go on. Oh yeah. Now that we're closer, and specifically because you referred to the one with the spear as the orphan, is there anything noticeably different in her features and appearance from the others?
Her hair mostly, and she seems to be, in terms of like stature, she's standing very, very proud compared to perhaps these other two guys. Rug Dumbass is kind of just like making that exact face and like sort of hunched over forwards, kind of like, yeah. And this other guy's leading. This John Doomsayer is very much an elderly, leaning on his stick, which has also got an axe at the end. But Flax the Orphan is definitely looks out of place, if only because every hob that you've seen has been a sort of brownish haired. And I think skin tone is mildly different, but not.
Yeah.
Not,
Okay, sure. Definitely, it's still a hobgoblin. Then.
yeah, still definitely a hobgoblin. And the Count would similarly introduce you six as with your full sirs. So okay, let's around
The Knights of To Be Decided.
the Knight of Woeful Countenance, which is of course Don Quixote's knight name. There are individual knight names. I was thinking about doing it, but then I thought I don't want to force my names on you guys necessarily.
The Knights of Insert Name here.
Yeah.
You can get
It's like
that.
a round table.
It's a flat table right now. It's a straight
copyright infringement immediately.
You need a triangle table.
I think it's a bit out of copyright dates. I think a few thousand years.
They just renewed it.
A few
I'm
hundred
sure.
years.
They just renewed it.
Guy Ritchie's going to come for you. That's who's going to come for you.
Please don't go Richie.
You just keep renewing it. It's like Mickey
No,
Mouse.
don't.
No, the Banner the Cow would state frankly, none of my fellows here speak your tongue, so I am able to speak plainly with you. I understand that one of you speaks the Goblin tongue, though. Yes.
Yeah. We have the noble Sir Yaz.
So lawful.
Yes. Well, that's...
I forget people have surnames.
Well, we must hurry and get to business, I suppose. And she gets out some. She gestures to John Doom to bring me, and she says in Goblin, John, the papers, the contracts, and he sort of gets out a bunch of bits of paper, and she starts sort of going through them like, okay, basically, we're gonna fight you, and then when we win, we're gonna decide who marries who. There's gonna be a lot. Have you got a daughter or a son? Have you got a child, Count? Yes. Okay. So we'll have to sort out something for her.
No.
And your fighting forces, they will have to be able to be levied. And the Count's like, it's kind of he wasn't really sure what to expect, but this all seems a lot more formal than he was kind of ready for. And he would probably appreciate someone stepping in and helping out.
Her name's Brenna, right?
Benna, yes.
Benna.
N-N-A.
Benna.
Yes.
Before we go about all of this procedure, a rather simple question.
Yes.
What do you actually want?
She kind of looks over her shoulder at the guys who, again, don't really know what's going on. They seem a little confused, essentially.
Because I know their culture, so I'm asking in a way clearly at her.
Yeah. We are in quite a perilous situation, and this is untreaded ground. What I want is perhaps not necessarily what every hob wants, but we need your fighting power. We have seen that you are not incompetent, in fact, very competent, and you are steeled, more importantly. There is something over the river that we have to have dealt with, and it is getting... Well, do you believe in fate? Do your people believe in fate, in fact?
Some do, some don't.
Well, we have the belief that we believe very strongly in fate, you see. And I believe that it is your fate that has brought you here in our time of need.
You could have asked.
I understand that you do things differently. However, we are running out of time to do things in a long and a new word, diplomatic way. That's an interesting word. She sort of taps the mushroom on her head. Yes.
Like she didn't even have that concept before she knew the word.
Yeah, it was like, you see, perhaps it'd be better if John would explain. I was thinking I'd have to translate. Perhaps you should translate for him. But we determine through fighting. Surely that is the quickest way, as whoever is right is fated to win. You see, this is the logic. She does not seem fully convinced by that argument. This is how we have operated, but the Axebeak clan have broken all the rules, or rather, Wedge, the wise, come back from the dead, has broken all the rules, and we cannot... I know, they don't. Again, this is just
yes. Yeah.
Our way is not going to work anymore, because the balance has been destroyed. We have too few people, the two clans have been decimated and fused together. The Flax, she should be her own war chief by now. But no, it's not the way it's worked out. I think that the best option for my people is to assimilate yours, and we can defeat this over-the-water foe, and then, well, we see where we go from there. But we are running out of time, as I say. Will you not fight? This is difficult. I understand that many of you are not able to fight. Is that correct? This is what the Trunk has not been the most... He reported what was said, if not the full meaning behind it.
He tried his best. I think that'd be a fairly correct statement. We have martial folk in our society, but it's not a martial society.
My folk would accept, and then she sort of brings her hands together, an alliance, but only if we were to establish a pecking order first. You see, that is unfortunately the way of things, and she seems kind of stressed by the situation. I do not wish to lay siege to your very impressive structure. That is another thing that I think that we can definitely benefit from. We
I think we'd also like it if you didn't lay siege to our
Yes.
impressive defensive structure.
You have many expertise, it would seem, that we have not picked up. But we have local knowledge. We are a local force, and we, once an order is established, would be good friends, good neighbors, a family, all of us in this world.
That's certainly something that we lack. I think surely you must see the logic in not committing to a fight, because I will say it now, if you attempt to fight us, we will fight hard, and it will be costly for both sides, leaving us both weak to deal with this threat that we know not of, but by the way you speak of it, sounds quite dire. And if we were to live here, that threat would affect us, and we'd happily go and deal with it, or attempt to deal with it.
So could you describe more of this threat in detail? What's the rush here?
So it sounds like essentially you've had people break the rules.
I'll have to explain from the beginning somewhat. My father was Ivor the Great. He was a powerful, incredible white fighter and a charismatic man, charismatic hob to boot, and he led the Mammoth clan here on this side of the river. His rival was, in life, Wedge the Wise, incredibly powerful in his own right, able to rival my father, the Great. You see. And they together, they warred for many, many years, back and forth, passing victory back and forth. They were great days. And then, some years ago, near 10 at least, perhaps even more, I have not counted, that beast in the wood came in the guise of friendship, and he slew my father after hours. Again, he was nothing. His strength, nothing compared. But my father's weapons, they drew no blood from this monster. Ivor's Bane, we call it. I believe you came across him in the wood.
We have. We believe we have.
A mad man who has the heart of a beast. Yes. He killed my father, and then, well, here's another matter, but save it to say that Wedge the Wise, being an elderly man, and it is a common custom among us, when the rival leader passes, be it in battle or this other means, they will pass on the leadership to their next of kin, or whoever fights and wins the right to lead, and they pass into, and she points across the river to the cliff, passes through the break to fight to the gates of hell into the afterlife, and she points over here.
Okay.
Into this crack in the cliffs.
Ooh.
Wedge the Wise, after my father's funeral, went into that passage without steel, just a simple robe in his bare hands, and for some years that was fine. His son ruled, and I ruled the Mammoths, and we fought for 4 years back and forth, and then, well, Flax would tell it better, for she was there, but Wedge apparently came back out from death, out from the break, and with him monsters from hell itself. None who fought survived to say what happened, but Flax there, just a child at the time, was able to rally some of the younger folk, those untrained and unready to fight, to cross across the swamp over to us. That is how, of course, I earned my name, for not only did I accept them without any qualm, but I heard their warning, and in the night we waited with arms and armor on, donned, waiting. A cowardly move, perhaps, but it saved our lives, as in that night across the water came the same creatures that attacked then, these flying lion monsters and other twisted chimera beasts in the night. We were... Many young warriors died on that day. A war that was not declared. And that was some 4 years ago, as I say. Since then,
it's a long time.
An annual war to determine the pecking order between the two clans. We met at the Moot spot in the swamp, and no one came. We sent scouts over, and they never came back. We now see over the years more of these creatures, and she has at her side one of the token that you guys took off the manticore.
Oh yeah,
the collar. More of these are coming. We see more things flying around, and she points again over here, and you can kind of see, because you spotted it before, but there was like a hill around here,
right,
and a structure on top of it. We see things flying around in his stronghold. He is definitely building up a force, and it's only a matter of time before he brings it to bear us. We have built a structure to defend ourselves, though not as grand as yours, I must say. Longer, much longer, expands our full, and she gestures to the nearest tower, actually, along here. It is
very big.
We did notice that was a straight line.
Yep. But against flying creatures, then it does not offer much protection. She sort of looks quite not too pleased about the whole situation. And not more, we have reports of a man, a white, wandering in the swamps to the north among the dead. This is... there's a lot. And the Eyebal's Bane as well takes his toll every year. We need your help, you see, but my folk will not accept it offered because they are stubborn and foolish.
We see that you may not agree with that mindset. Surely there is some way that we can both achieve what we want here.
I believe a smaller skirmish, a duel between myself and your leadership would be, well...
Look at
it would... In our tradition, it would certainly be fitting, but in our tradition, our leaders are more than willing to fight. How old are you? And I would probably look a bit 69, and she's like, she seems aghast at that.
Right. How old is she?
She's 32.
Yeah.
Which is pretty old for a hobgoblin.
Yeah.
Get on. She's.
Do you reckon they would believe me if I said that?
No, they would just. No, they would.
I'm somebody, buddy.
And we'd have to find an impartial judge for it to all be above board. Already, we cannot use the traditional. None of this is normal. We are not able to use the traditional warring grounds as they are not between our two people. We'd have to, and we cannot really afford to abandon our guard either. So we cannot bring our full force to bear against you without risking considerable amounts ourselves.
I mean, you could, I guess the leaders could ask for champions.
And what about a moot of judges? Maybe 2 from each side.
Traditionally, it would just be the one, but yes, in this case, that makes sense. Yes, it would be difficult to find an impartial, I imagine, on either side. It is just to ensure that any rules that are put forth are followed.
We have a god of justice.
Who
we have a follower who worships, who I believe he believes in the impartiality of justice.
is your god with you? Is he in your town?
The god.
Yeah.
No.
He watches us. Kind
A
of.
servant.
A priest of him, though.
We have not seen our gods for many generations either, so it is that seems fair enough.
So much in common already.
I believe my shaman here would be. The guy's kind of been fidgeting. He would probably. He wants to tell you the story, if you would listen, for why we are the way we are. Frankly, I would rather we get on with sorting things out, but he is rather theatrical. Would you translate him, young man?
I'll do that.
So she would point at this John Doomsayer and say to him, Goblin, "Okay, you can do your whole bit now. You can do your whole shape."
Does he get out his puppets?
He has. Actually, and you see
waiting for this. He's rattling his bones.
Oh yes, good. Finally, I could explain our great ways to the.
We all just sit down, kind of. Oh, it's like school.
Well, he has a slate, and he gets out a piece of chalk, and he begins scribbling on it. Let me tell you the tale of bark and root. Over 50 generations ago, hobgoblins bullied the runts, and they snuck around in the woods like verminous rats, bickering, murdering, and stealing from each other. No man would ever face another eye to eye. Only a stab in the back would do for a hob. Their interaction was defined by suspicion and plotting. Once upon a time, two brothers, Bark and Root, are at each other's throats, even more than the usual hob. They were both strong and tough, but they were unable to finish each other off with a stab in the back. One would sneak behind the other and strike from stealth, but the other, too strong to fall, would spin around to fight back, and you'd see the other gone. This continued for most of their young lives. One day, Bark saw a man, a white, walking in the wood. He wandered like a great, proud beast, and he carried a great white house on his back. And he holds, he starts drawing quite vigorously on this piece of slate. He carried a weapon, a two-bladed sword, and he walked upright without fear nor subtlety. See, Bark, on seeing this man, was shocked and trailed him from a distance, sneaking. Unbeknownst to Bark, Root too had seen this white and was sneaking as well, following out of curiosity. Eventually, as they followed the white, they came across each other, shocked, and faced each other face to face for the first time. And they began to bicker and squabble and fight one another in the bush, forgetting entirely about the wandering man. This figure, hearing them argue in the bush, walked over and pulled them both up, one in each hand, and he holds them up. He holds up his hands to demonstrate, by the necks, listening to them squabbling still in his hands and watching them scratch at each other. This man was the judge. He decided he would have these two fight out their grievances, to declare war on each other, till one winner stood. At first they tried to flee. The judge would not let them. He forced them to fight. Too quick was he to stand stood between them whenever they would rush between the trees. At first they fought with their stone knives, flinching and fearful. But as they faced each other in the light, their rage built and their bravery surfaced. They fought for nearly an hour. Their daggers broken, they clashed with branches picked up from the ground. The wood splintered, and they pelted each other with rocks. When the rocks cracked and ran out, they wrestled with their hands to the ground, all the while screaming out their grievances. By the hour ended, the Root had Bark pinned and hefted a rock to smash him to death, but he could not. He dropped the stone, and he asked the judge why he could not finish the win, why he could not come out the victor. The judge explained that he already had won. He was the victor. They had fought with all their might and come to know each other and respect each other. To kill would be the act of a monster, a beast, not a man. And from then on, the both brothers and their two families worked together. They showed other hobbs who snuck the ways that together and fighting together, they could be stronger. Whenever the two disagreed, they would wage war on each other. And they would pass back the leadership back and forth each year as they were equal in might. One day, in their old age, they had been fighting, giving each other nicknames and demeaning, bickering as they fought, still quite childish brotherly fighting. And of course, this is how we come up with our own nicknames, you see, as they came to call each other horrible, horrible nicknames, despite following the code, of course, of whoever wins is right. But in their old age, they fought once again as usual. But Bark killed Root in this last battle. He screamed out, both in victory and a horrible cry of mourning. Root was given a great pyre of the tallest trees from each corner of the world, dragged by Bark himself alone. And in death, he was given the name Root, bravest of braves. And we will never speak their ill names that they took in life once they die. Never speak ill of the dead. He points his finger. The judge, we never saw him again, but we know he was a son of Nuada, who in turn son of Mori. And he holds out the thing he's been drawing, which he would gesture to. Where is it?
Nuada.
There we go. This is his drawing of. This is the judge, you see.
Yeah.
Passed on. You see here on his back he carries his home, like the snail.
Oh, snail was it?
Well, that's what he says.
It looks elvish in nature.
Good point, he is.
So
that's
mate.
elves. Oh,
They got 20 years, mate.
well, yeah, but the double-bladed sword is an elvish thing, right?
Bets on that being Anid?
And that is why war is the best way to sort out all these problems.
Is it though?
And now he does not know how it's been translated, of course. And he doesn't really know if you guys get it, but he seems pretty pleased with himself that he's managed to talk it off.
What was the goblin doing during all of that? Was he eye rolling?
Hey, the goblin loves it. This dumbass loves it. Rug Dumbass is a big fan.
Of course he is.
Got a big smile on his face.
The other two seem sort of dour listening to it. It seems to be something that they probably heard quite a lot.
Yeah, it's like...
Yeah.
They're like water in their heads, as he says it.
Every time anyone gets married or...
Again, they had a lot of songs that were talking about the same guys as well.
If they feel uneasy not having the woods around them.
There's more than one way to war, I think. It seems they respect only martial strength, only raw physical prowess, but...
Well, that's what we're doing. We're doing a smaller skirmish, right?
Trunk.
We're trying to get that sorted.
Trunk mentioned multiple forms of warring.
She's not keen on the idea of the Count not fighting. She's like... she would probably be like, okay, We've had the history.
What if you and the Count were judges?
If I don't fight,
you and the Count are judges over your warriors.
I would definitely not be getting rid of that nickname anytime soon.
That's true.
At least in our eyes, from
I don't think
the
you will
story
in
you've
life.
told.
Not in life. Well listened. You understand more than perhaps I thought you would. Can make a persuasion check.
Because I think that's quite an easy way of getting two judges.
Yeah. It's an interesting proposition, and not one that she would have thought.
Honestly, I fight.
Not fire then. Beat her up.
I think she seems far too reasonable to be a judge.
She does seem very reasonable. You're right.
I can't.
I'm thinking.
I rolled it to. I did it to GM. Jeez.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
I got a 25.
Ooh!
25 is a good DC.
What did you roll?
25.
I rolled persuasion accident to the DM. I'll take a screenshot of it.
I heard Theo react, so I assume that is correct.
I can't hide. I can't lie. She kind of grins. It's like, I'll definitely. Luckily for me, my end's probably sooner rather than later anyway, so I won't have to bear being called a coward to my face for much longer, probably.
Oh, really? How old is the average hobgoblin life?
Would you ask her that? Or
Yeah.
you just want? It's not so much a death of age and withering. No.
Fighting. Combat.
When Wedge is dead, I intend to go into the break myself.
No.
Oh, I see.
I've been in charge for too long. My rival stolen from me by the father himself. No, it is time perhaps for a younger ruler.
Is it sort of like a neutral ground then?
Where, sorry?
The cliff face.
Oh, this should explain that. Well, yeah, this is not area that they have claimed. Everything that is.
Sorry, I meant the
break.
The place where she got you the break. Sorry.
The break. Well, outside of times of war, we can part with the two clans interact amicably. Once a pecking order is established, you see, they can make demands of one another, and they fight, and marriages are made. Of course, we must maintain those. Lots of interchanging of that, but there's the Axby clan have long trained by fighting whatever things spill out from the break as well. So that always seemed to give them somewhat of an edge, though it's very different fighting a beast than fighting a trained warrior.
What's further south, if you don't mind?
Well, further south from here, you can see for one thing, from this point, you can actually see the island here pretty clearly. This is the closest you guys have been to it, and you can see that this is a sort of cliffed up island that's raised up with a nice, beautiful looking forest, green trees, and you can see. For those of you who know how to identify trees, apple trees, fruit trees growing. But you can see across this ring of cliff kind of continues to the other side.
Yeah.
So there's a sort of cliff face, and she would say, south is the edge of our world, of course. Now, she holds up a hand. I'm a colloquialism. We have not been further than the world.
Never?
We haven't. We have no reason to. And besides, the things that come out from the break are quite bad enough. Whatever lies beyond it, I have no interest in seeing that in life. That is.
Does Lung know what's south?
Lung might know a few things. Lung's been. They go more north, the Sahwad, because there's some people that way. Quite far that way.
Then let's hammer this out. Then I think we've reached a rather nice point where I think we are all on the same page, right, guys?
Yeah,
I believe so.
I will judge. I will not fight, and neither will your count. We shall watch. What is the nature of our war, then? I would like it to be fair. You are steeled, so I would say that combat is certainly reasonable. and it would be greatly understood by my folk. It would be difficult to bring it down to a simple test of strength. They would not accept that. That you see, they would accept any winner so long as fate is satisfied. And Mori, of course, the goddess of war.
When we are together, one way or another, we'll be heading across that river to deal with this returned leader.
Yes. It would be a fighting force that is not united would be a dangerous one to be in. I would not necessarily trust that my leadership would continue unchallenged should we not satisfy my people and their desire to see this done right, as they would see it, as we would see it. It's worked for us up until
not a test of strength or skill. I was only thinking that we can kill two birds with one stone. Who brings the head first? Frankly, we could propose a challenge in this vein, perhaps.
An interesting proposition, though I suspect you are perhaps biting off more than you can chew.
We don't know the land that well.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a good idea.
I would be happy to see him dead again. His greatness in life deserves it. I would not speak ill of him, but he makes it difficult when he walks around committing atrocities.
He has remembers what he read in the book about personal responsibility. And he would say, if we keep it to a certainly a fight, but we keep it as the initial battles of Bark and Root when they first figured their ways, non-lethal. We arrange a battle of champions, and if you don't have you probably have a pecking order of strength in your land, right?
Ah, well, just to Flax and your man, Rug Dumbass, these are two of the strongest warriors we have. My son, too, as well, who I believe
Really?
you have come across. They look pretty tough. He's a small goblin, but he looks pretty tough. My son, as well, Tusk, is a fine warrior, if a little bit surly.
Grandson, right?
No, her Trunk is her grandson. Tusk is her son.
Tusk
Oh,
is-
sorry, right.
Tusk got the greatsword.
Yeah.
Then I look to the Count and the rest of the guys. I think that we can get the Battle of Champions we wished. Maybe assign how many guys? We are 6, but is that enough?
No, would 6 be acceptable? Would you want a larger contest?
Like a game.
Do you have a sacred number?
It's 100, actually. It's a D100, let's see.
No, they wouldn't have a specific number, but for 6, would you... It is unorthodox, but most smaller battles would be conducted within our home, a domestic war, as it were. My people would need to be satisfied, and for that I would not bring them out all to abandon our defenses. Would you be willing to come and do your battle, do your war amongst us for us to see, to prove to us in our home your worth?
Can you give us your word that your people aren't gonna riot if we were to win?
My people will respect the fate of whoever wins, yes, for certain.
Yeah,
Fine.
I'm fine with it.
Excellent.
And the only conditions of our fight are non-lethality, then.
Well, yes, and then of course we have to sort out all this, and then she gives out the stack of stuff. Okay, so the winner will be have dominion over the other, deciding on marriage contracts, okay. Levying, is this all acceptable? This is a standard.
Yeah, it's acceptable. I think it's acceptable.
The marriage thing is kind of weird.
I would like one one proviso at the beginning.
Okay.
The winner can decide. The winner can decide if. The winner can decide the nature of the agreement beyond this, but nothing harsher than is written down. You understand my meaning? If you wanted a lighter touch. Because I don't think we're going to be marshalling any of your people without your wish.
Well, there's something else we do want, though. We need more territory. I need to go out there and get actually any of these herbs I've been seeing. But you must have the full territory.
If we're pecking order, you could go anywhere in their land.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
We could probably, even if they were in charge, you could probably go into their land.
Yeah. And she would also probably point out as well, like, whatever's become of the borders, across the water, we do not know. This would be a primary use if we were to win, we would have you, and with a joint effort from us, attempt to perform some reconnaissance on the Agspeak and Wedge and see what's going on. If he is to attack, then that is, well, we would like to know what we face. It has been a while, but every now and again we hear unfamiliar howls from over there when the wind carries them.
So is the nature of the agreement temporary? It's not permanent?
Oh, it can be challenged, of course, yes. It would be... We traditionally, once a year,
challenged.
It gets a little bit more difficult when people keep challenging. This is how we've come to accept things as fate. Once a year, things can be challenged through combat, and then fate will decide who is in the right.
Well, that's your culture, though. We're just getting roped up into yours, and now.
This is our land.
Yeah, if we win, we've potentially got a year to introduce the idea of alternative means of succession.
Well, this is as my other point. Again, in common, our way will not survive without both of our clans. We have, over the generations, got a very nice... our entire culture has revolved around a competition between these two forces, back and forth. Friendly competition, but competition nonetheless. With one force completely broken, and the two clans, at this point, indistinguishable, we will not be able to continue in this vein. I hope an outside influence could steer us into a path that would perhaps be sustainable in a different way.
These guys are going to be big fans of Chords Proving.
I think they're going to very much enjoy sport.
Yeah.
Oh, they're going to love sport.
What?
Even a sport ball.
What's
a good word.
Sport? What?
Exactly. She's happy to have you guys come and fight. It's a 6v6. No,
6v6 me, bro.
6v6. Yeah.
Sixes.
No duplicates in their home.
6 aside. No hero stacking.
How long do you want to prepare? Again, the time is mildly of the essence here. Doomsayer has been predicting doom every day for the last 6 months. Although,
That's a lot of doom.
How much do we need to prepare?
I would like to, our 6 best warriors, presumably. I would like to know yours. I think first.
If I am not to be fighting, I will have to find a substitute, which is frustrating.
Oh, there are 5 people with her, right?
Yeah, so
No, 4. What? No, 3.
The other one is Trunk, right?
Trunk's 6.
Oh no, not Trunk.
That's
Tusk.
Right,
Tusk
there's
is-
a husband and...
It'll be Tusk.
This guy, or lady even.
There's also the youngest who wants to prove himself, probably.
Well, he's not good at. He's as good as a regular hobgoblin.
I don't care. He definitely wants to do it.
I mean, he's not allowed to. He's not strong enough. You don't get to choose.
How about he rolls a persuasion check to see whether they let him? That just makes sense to me. He said, dude. We asked him whether he would be there, and he said, yeah, for sure. It's my first war. I can't wait.
But he wants to do some war. He'll be very frustrated.
Now he's gonna beg his grandmother.
He's gonna beg. Like, come on.
It'll definitely be these four.
I need a wife or husband.
Because these two are married. So you can't ship them with anyone else.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how shipping works.
These guys aren't married. That's why they're not next to each other like that.
That's why I don't look. Yeah.
I would ship them too anyway.
Yeah.
Doomsayer might get involved. He's getting old though. He hasn't actually fought for a little while. So these four definitely.
So what are you saying? He de-leveled. I see.
She would definitely have been in there, but she's not going to be there now. So.
Good.
And she would probably ask if it's if you intended to bring any creatures with you. For of course, drought would be it's a staple in the wars ever since the days of Ivor the Great, and drought is the last of that great generation, and it would be. He's looking for a time. He's looking for an opportunity to fight. The last couple of wars, he's been in decline for the last few years, and it'd be a terrible shame for him to pass.
Can you speak to Drought?
He's a mammoth. She would say. No,
I think we can speak to him.
She seems kind of confused, and then she's like, yes, that is another matter. Trunk, not a brash lad, that'll probably end up being his name. He's a little young yet, but he whispered to me some suspicions that you are witches, in his words.
Huh?
All but one, I guess.
We've killed witches.
One is.
You killed them?
Oh, you killed the witches, yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I really wanted to keep that a secret.
Let's see. The hag, the green, the forest witch, she is dead. That is perhaps unfortunate, but her deals were quite unsavory.
Yeah, she meant no goodwill, neither, nor her sisters.
From her notes, she purposely tried to stifle your ability at magic.
Yes, that adds up. She took one of my son's toes for this, and she points at the mushroom on her head. He doesn't need all of them to fight, but...
Is that the means through your which you're able to speak our tongue?
Yes, it's been quite enlightening, to be frank. It's sort of expanded my...
Well, I'm glad it's still working despite her being dead.
To be honest, I think it's kind of loose. I kind of wanted to pop it off. I'm not comfortable having it there, but I felt it necessary to communicate. It was, again, under another leader, there would have definitely been a move to.
Well,
I was to put it this way: the popular idea was to declare war, whether you could understand it or not, fulfill all the correct contracts, and then bring you in whatever was left.
Well, one thing I think we should definitely settle, regardless of who wins this, is teaching each other our language, because
my folk are quick-witted enough. They and of course at one point in history there were other whites who spoke this tongue among us. That's another story, if you'd hear it. Yeah.
We had already a lot to digest.
Reasonable. But yes, once this is all dealt with, we can tell you much of the surrounding world, from the horrible spirits in the marshes to the north, and the trolls under the bridges, and the bugbears up to the north.
Oh, yeah,
So it doesn't get much nicer than.
Well, one can make a living out here.
Yeah.
I think I've asked this before, but the shaman doesn't look like the hobgoblin I saw in my dream, does he?
No, he does not.
No.
Thank God.
Hopefully that one does not make an appearance.
That could be the wise.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
So we haven't really decided.
Wasn't that necromancy in that?
Huh?
If I'm remembering, what was he doing in that dream?
That hit me.
Lightning.
She
Oh,
shot lightning.
it was a big battle and lightning. Yeah.
We haven't really said yes or no to the mammoth thing, by the way.
Yes, basically she's like, hey, there's gonna be a mammoth. If you don't say yes, he's gonna be one of the 6.
Well, we don't have an animal as powerful.
We don't have an animal comparable to that, so I guess that's.
You have to understand, we travel by sea. It's hard to bring.
I see.
Yep.
And under the terms, I'm not sure that we'd know how to non-lethally subdue a mammoth.
Train.
Yeah, we could. I'm thinking of the ball.
Oh yeah.
Well,
This does a good job of chance of breaking out of that.
Or,
Yeah.
It's true out of everyone, yeah. But it can definitely get one of them. But the thing is, what I think, right? I can blind people, we can trap people, but I think they want to have some good stuff, right?
We need to make it just.
Yeah,
I think this is a lung situation.
Oh, I see what you mean, yeah.
Lungs people are very similar, and he seemed to. The only acceptable outcome was defeat,
Yeah.
and one that felt just. I don't believe in that. I don't think any of us believe in that. But there's no room for us to make our terms here.
Not really. And just out of character.
Not yet.
And I think I think we've managed to negotiate to a point where we can prevent the, wholesale slaughter of both our races.
Yeah, I think we got them well enough.
I will say, like, out of character, if you guys had been at any point hostile to any goblins ever, this would be very, 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 very different.
Yeah, we tried
Out of interest,
But again, you guys have been good.
We've done it.
We've done the good boys.
out of interest, how would this have gone if we'd have helped with Marry Me?
Would you actually ask her about him at all? Because she was.
It's been on my mind. I've been asking, can we just go and can we ask about killing it? Because I'd like to fight him anyway. But
Oh, I don't think so.
I raised it as the head of.
Because we do have some potential knowledge about that, don't we?
Well,
It's fairy tale.
She is asking essentially, basically, yes. Are you witches? But she was a question she would come back to. Yes, you have magic.
Sure.
Now our shaman here he's got a few tricks, but nothing.
oh, does he got like pie tricks?
Oh, I'm willing to. I'm willing to see who's got bigger tricks. I roll up my sleeves.
Are you pulling out your rocket again?
Doomsayer, she would point out, keeps the land healthy and us able to grow plants, crops.
That's very good.
And he's a talented healer, and he laid out all these stones, of course. And you look around these pretty massive rocks that have been laid around, and you can actually see on the ground there's evidence that they've been like sort of pushed around, like they're kind of bunched up underneath, like if you push like a glass or a tablecloth on a table, and it kind of bunches up. Along. But the Ivor's Bane, the Beast, he resists the steel forged by a ring.
She's talking about the animal?
She's talking about...
Ring.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Ring is the...
Oh, right.
The Beast, the Ivor's Bane, is Marry Me.
Right.
He is a lunatic, and he cannot be harmed. You, no doubt, heard our struggle. We have a way of containing him that essentially is we form around him, and we hold him back, and then when people are close to death, they fall back and are replaced with someone fresher. And we hope, and we pray to Mori that we last the night. We were lucky this year, only 2 died. Everyone was wounded.
We have stories of beasts of his kind, and if the stories are true, we may have the means to harm him. To kill him, even.
I would like to have him dead by my hand, personally, but...
He seems not bad, just...
Not bad!
Crazy. Well, have you
He
talked to him?
It seems afflicted.
Yeah, it seems like someone hurt him.
You said there were things going on across the river. I think he may be a victim of that as much as anything, but...
He came long before that. It is he that started all this. Had he not come and died and killed my father the way he did, then Wedge would not have had to pass into the break, and then he would not have come back from his death.
Oh, it wasn't. I didn't get that part.
I worry that there's things beyond the break has been going on for a lot longer too. But
yes. Undoubtedly, whatever portal to hell lies through there has been open as long as we've remembered, generations and generations. And unfortunately, any oral tradition that survived in the Axby clan died that night.
If you,
excuse me,
in your northern border, have you ever encountered any weird man-faced bird creatures?
Those creatures, yes. Harpies, they too. Anything winged from the break is able to get quite far. See? Yes, they came from there too. And these birds that make their nests around here. They are good eating and not so dangerous when you know to deal with them. So.
Have you ever come across a raven person that
a raven person
mimics noises?
Oh, the gravekeeper.
Because that is hell, right?
Potentially.
She would know what we're talking about.
Hmm.
A raven, a black-robed figure. Many great heroes speak of a great black-robed figure when they are close to their death that they walk with, but
I have a question regarding the problem with the ring. They call him, right?
Yeah. There's a good ring. Ring is an old dead guy. He's an ancient guy.
Yeah, I'm talking about the wolf.
Yeah, he is Ivor's bane to them.
Okay.
I killed Ivor.
Would you allow me to make contact with them? I think I may have a way to solve his aggressive nature.
Now that's an interesting thought.
I would see him dead, but I would see him dealt with first.
Well,
however you feel to do that. If you can deal with that.
I'll say that if we are able to get rid of his warped mind, so to speak, maybe he could become a potential... I'm not gonna say ally, because she will not take it as that. Tool?
That'll be a story for you, the great taming of Ivor's bane.
I would not use a mindless beast in war.
Right. Well, anyway.
I'm gone. Dead or disappeared.
So I take it from your words that people wouldn't allow me to enter the territory and stuff.
Oh, you may enter once a pecking order has been established.
Right.
Once one has conquered the other, our borders will merge and we shall become greater.
I believe Mary is a problem for another day.
Okay.
All things after the war, it seems.
Sure. It's a good idea, though, right?
Very good idea.
That's good.
I would love the idea of curing Marry Me and potentially finding out what he would want to do. Because I would be very interested if he remembers anything, or if he remembers being Marry Me.
That's true.
Wynn's got the highest passive perception, doesn't he?
Imagine so.
He probably has the highest most
Because
things.
I would just like to say one last
Yeah,
thing
she
on that.
trained in it.
Because Mary Me arrived in her father's era, and she's only like 30.
Yeah.
So Mary Me wasn't that long ago.
No.
He's definitely older than, like, he was old by the time he would have arrived, yeah.
Yeah, so he isn't actually that... It's not like we would cure him and he would turn to dust
No.
or something.
Thank
Right.
you. Oh.
Yeah, my
Passive
passive
16,
14.
though.
There we go. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so, when you notice something weird, there's been a couple birds flying around, but what you notice is a shadow passes over the floor that looks exactly like, basically, a humanoid shadow, like, not T-posing, but like star across the ground. And you
Sorry.
Full,
like a guy, like a human pose, flaps, goes across the ground. And looking up, you see a large bird quite high up.
Oh, these things.
Well, looking at it, it looks like a bird from this distance. The shadow did not have wings. It had, like, hands.
Huh.
Is that another one of... Wait, so it's not like what we had last time.
No, we see a bird, the shadow's a man. That's all it is.
Shadow is
Hmm.
to the thing.
Okay,
Oh,
well,
so it's
Wind
like an illusion then.
Does Wind call it
Right,
out?
potentially. Yeah, I'll point out there is a... yeah,
I
the
guess,
shadow doesn't match the bird up there.
Carpet doesn't match the drapes.
probably only you with the telescope could actually, or anyone with a telescope. But
We all look at this into the sun immediately.
Ah!
the sun's still
Yeah.
pretty
I have
narrow.
fire
and
resistance. Ah!
It's not. So,
And we'll crack out the scope and look.
yeah. I wouldn't have to really make a check because you're actually just going to look at it. It's been seen. There is it's pretty huge for a bird in that it's a medium creature, and this thing, it's very colourful. It's got some bluish and yellowish feathers, and its head, it appears to have horns for one thing. And as it kind of turns in the sun, the light catches it. You can see it has what looks like, looks quite a lot like this. A sort of snake head with horns on a bird body. Circling around pretty high up, a few hundred feet in the air. Just sort of circling right now.
How many feet?
2 feet.
200.
2 feet.
2 feet, 2 wings. Well, I don't.
For some reason, I thought you meant 2. How many feet does it have?
No. How many feet?
Is that we said 2 feet?
Yeah. No,
I was like, what's that 2 feet above the ground? That's insane.
We just know.
200 feet.
Yeah.
How many toes does it have?
I described that in full to the group.
It's got 3 toes on each foot.
Everyone assembled.
Talons.
Seems like we're being watched.
She looks up and Banner would be concerned.
Does it have any chain, anything on it like the manticle did? Is there any?
Not that you can see. The manticore like collar was like a very small thing, like underneath its fur.
Oh, sure.
And Banner would probably get up and say, "Spies." You see, he watches. He knows more. He knows more than someone locked up in a tower should.
It was within shooting range.
We're going to take it down?
That it is.
So you think we should...
She would hold up. I would not have you fire on it without. It would be dishonourable without a deck. We should not break the rules. We've declared war.
Do you declare war on the beasts you hunt?
Beasts are following this. You can do as you will.
So when do we meet up again?
She shouts at the other guys to like get together, like they're being watched, and seems everyone kind of like they kind of pull out their weapons and look quite tense. Yes, we need to decide on a date. The sooner the better. We
huddle together and talk about it.
I'm ready whenever.
I'd probably like a day so I can get my level 2 spell slot back.
Yeah, of course. Not now.
Depending on the conditions of our fight, a couple days to procure some additives would be nice.
What do you want to procure?
Poisons, look, you're all very arcane gifted and have just pulled out some wonderful new bag of tricks, and I would like something of my own.
As you guys are talking about like preparing, she shouts at the elves and goblin. Sorry, John, Doomsayer, roll your bones. What's going on? And he kind of kneels down again, chucks his down on the floor. He says, "It is a bad omen, probably for our enemies." And then the dumbass, she would. Oh, this guy's not even here. Hang on, get out of here. And you're not here either. You would see as well, looking at the sky, there's another thing flying that looks significantly higher up that you didn't notice immediately because it was.
What, like a second thing above the other thing?
Is flying high.
Is it the same or?
You can't see it. It's too far. But
it's got a friend.
You do in a minute because it starts to descend, and you hear a booming voice, and you hear much louder, kind of shaking the ground beneath you. Brenner, you coward! You have declared yourself a war against these maggots. Well, have my declaration then. And you look up, and you see a large creature descending down to the same level as this other thing. You see, looking up. Where is the thing? It's here. A significantly larger, in fact, a huge creature.
Oh God!
Oh Jesus!
Flying above in the air, and it has a rider up top it. Looking through the looking glass, you can see that atop there's a strange figure. This holding a double-bladed blade. And
should we kill that guy?
Shoot him out. Kill him.
Yeah.
And well, he
That looks familiar.
Here, Yaz understands his Golbany, and as he says, "Here's my declaration of war," you see coming up over this hill from the south are two goblins riding manticores, just regular goblins riding on a manticore, each. And you hear one of you hears you hear in your minds, "What about these ones? What about these ones?" And they say. A pause and yes, them too. And the larger creature with the rider sort of flies upwards into the sky. If you guys want to do anything about it being there,
isn't it like 300 feet away or something?
I have nothing.
Is it 300 feet?
This one was high. He came down lower, so you were able to see him, but his voice booming.
Okay.
It was higher up, yeah.
If he's 300 feet,
sure, yeah.
I cast Earthbind.
Okay. Strength saving throw flying. So on the flying creature, yeah.
Yeah, and then I can drag it down to the ground.
Okay.
Oh fuck!
Make a save. Nice. Let me just grab it. I'm not.
That is the one I saw in my dream, isn't it?
This guy, yes, it's almost identical actually. It's a new token, but it's a very similar.
I will say that's the most animated gift I think you've done so far.
I
I see a lot of frames in this one.
I think you said it's the most frames.
Yeah. Where is this thing? I'm gonna have to get. I need to look and see what its strength check is. Okay, it's a big old thing.
Yeah.
So it has this plus this. Ooh, that's terrible!
Oh.
Nice.
I mean, you already declared war, right?
Look at that. Well, no,
That's a declaration.
Well, he needs to come down to the table to discuss terms.
He's doing things right.
And we're not bound by their rules because we're not part of them yet.
So he starts falling 60 feet around, so he's going to take a couple rounds to fall to the ground. But yes, the creature is how does it work? I guess you're like dragging it down with windy stuff.
A loop, with the wind just changes direction and presses right down on top of him as I kind of raise one hand and just point down.
Sure.
It's definitely very obvious now that we did the thing with the ladder last time.
The other guy's not here. Luckily for you. As that starts swooping down, this other creature starts to dive down, and the two things riding the manticores These goblins, they don't appear to have any weapons or even like clothing really, but as this all starts happening, you see the ones on the backs of the manticores. They kind of their necks like crack back and their eyes like widen and then like pull back in their heads, and they start growing hair, and they fall off the manticores and grow larger and larger and sort of descend onto all fours, and they become these creatures. 2 of these.
Oh.
And I'll put you guys on the battle now.
Oh god.
Here we go, guys.
Wait.
So this is what's going on, and I shall put you guys are on this side, on the top.
Is it that big, the mammoth?
Yeah, it's huge.
Oh god.
Protect the count.
Oh, I forgot the count is here. Oh
Yeah,
god.
the count is there, guys. Just so you know.
He's on a sheep.
Lung is here as well. I'll grab him. No, he got off the ram, because he was
It's on the table.
He's sitting down. He's kneeling. I'll grab him.
Right.
The Count is not very happy about what's going on. He is quite worried, understandably. We're going to grab his vehicle, Richard the Ivory Goat.
Oh dear.
Call the target. I'm taking the shot when it's in range.
Oh yeah. I mean,
can I do something before this all happens? It's a
depends what it is.
I don't have the name yet properly. This is not the name for the spell, but I would like to cast a rope trick for the Count to hide him. Maybe.
Well, you have to do it on your turn. You can't. No. It will be an initiative because this guy's here. These guys are
falling for 60 foot. I suppose.
Two manticores.
We've aggroed them.
60 foot, 300 feet.
We didn't aggro them; they were coming to kill us.
Yeah. These guys were going to come out and turn into these, but also this guy's falling down right now.
Oh Jesus Christ!
He got a fair few turns until he actually gets there. I think it's 5. Is it 5?
Damn.
And we have all of the strongest warriors of the hobgoblins with us.
So.
That's true. But yeah, okay.
It's time to fight together, guys, and let's be like, come on, let's just fight together. That's all nonsense.
You can roll initiative if you'd like.
Yeah, that's if they
Backstab him
fight.
right now.
This is the moment.
Now's the perfect time to strike.
If better and the other hobgoblins don't just be like, oh, this would be bad to fight now.
Where am I? I'm not even on. I'm gonna drown myself.
Drag yourself.
Oh, Orion.
Well, I mean, yeah.
We turn around and Wynn just utters elf coo. And the Count has a scimitar through his back.
Yeah.
Nothing personnel.
Council of Elves sends their regards.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay,
What are you doing? Succeeding you.
Mate, I was thinking exactly that.
Is that a...
It's Warcraft 3, it's Arthas.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Look at that high initiative. Oh wow. Look at these bad initiatives.
Yeah. Yeah.
This thing's initiative as
Oh,
failed.
Jesus.
I mean, you can see its name because it'll be in the thing, but that's fine. Ooh, oh dear. And some
Oh, Lungus here as well, I forgot.
Yeah, he's here. I mean, yeah. Okay. Should have put these in the correct place. Is that all right? I think that's all right, isn't it? Am I missing anything?
Those
No,
are
that's
some
all right.
scary
They
creatures.
all go. Annoyingly, they all go in order. So it's basically they're all on the same turn. Back.
Oh, Jesus.
It's gonna hurt, lads.
It's gonna be a bad turn. Balaam, it is your turn.
Okay. Oh boy.
Oh, I need to roll for initiative for these guys. Actually, holy shit! I almost forgot. That's stupid of me.
So does the Count get initiative as well?
I mean, sure, yes.
I mean, I'm gonna drop a hole under him, and he's gonna stay in that hole.
What if you all die? They know this has been in the hole forever.
Nah, it's just
Oh, and Lung, I suppose, as well.
He has to climb the rope trick.
The rope trick hole is in the sky.
Oh, nice.
I
this
know.
is a
I
lot of
just, it just makes no sense for like alchemy. I thought I essentially I would put something on the floor, and the whole floor just kind of drops, and there's like a membrane at the top, which is less like You know, it's like shielded. If you run over it, you would fall into the hole. But the idea is you rest for like an hour.
Well, yeah, it's like a portable hole in Looney Tunes or something.
Okay, right. Balen. The thing in the sky is swooping down. It is still at long range of you.
Sure.
But these guys, you can see.
Well, that's got a whole lot of hobgoblins to go through first, so I will take a shot at this thing. So,
Okay.
how far up is this one?
It's like 200 feet, I think I said, something like that.
Can you even shoot that? Not at disadvantage. Because I think it's outside the range.
I don't know what range it is, but...
That's true. Well, I can take an aim shot, and then it's a straight shot. So yeah, I will fire a... Oh, actually,
Trust the
Well, I wanna get a
rolls.
shot. That's got a lot of things to go through. No, I will hold my action, and I will take a. I will fire the flintlock rifle at the first winged creature in range, but I will bonus action aimed shot, so I'll make sure that's a good shot when it gets a chance.
Okay. Yeah, Azralar, I'm gonna say that Lung will go on your turn as well. You can like shout at him to do something and he'll do it.
I'm gonna tell Lung to keep the count safe.
Makes sense.
Alright, sir.
Keep the count safe, and I pull my... because I wouldn't be wearing armor here.
No.
So I will spend my turn to reach to my backpack, and the air swirls around me and my armor appears.
Nice.
And that's my turn.
You gonna move at all?
I mean, are those guys standing on the table?
I mean, I don't think they are, to be quite frank. So you guys get the fuck off this table. Thank you for pointing that out.
Oh, this is a table. Right.
That's the table.
Yeah.
The Count's like sitting next to it. That's why he's sort of half on it.
I
So you're not on the same square as each other as well. Anyway,
The count could go under the table.
it's like a big rock. There's no like legs. Anyway.
no, I'm not going to move anywhere. I don't have enough movement to get anywhere relevant.
That's fine. Okay, well then these guys are going to move. I'll do them. I'll do the guys who it is first, in fact, because they are the top of the initiative. I just happen to roll all the time. The things that they've just fallen off the beast, as it were, and they've sort of rolled around the floor. And they get up on 2 feet and they kind of focus over at you. And one of them, the one on the right, kind of turns to black smoke and then reappears on the table here, facing
Fuck.
facing Benno, and is going to attack Zem with an attack. Ooh, let me actually check if that hits. I think it might do.
So this means they now have gone against us first without declaration. So we're now totally in the cool to attack, I feel.
Oh yeah.
The other thing was just some wind, could be anything.
So she is actually hit. For 11 hits, not nothing.
This is the bit where this encounter
We heard
kills.
them scream that they're going to come kill us.
Yeah.
Like, them two in your heads, specifically in your heads, psychically.
Fucking weird.
You heard.
The entire hobgoblin leadership dies in this encounter, and
No, that would be something. This one's gonna run.
That'd be something, wouldn't it?
Well, that'd be savage if we just stand there and watch.
Oh.
That would be mean. This one
This
kind
was a
of
fucking good thing.
hands over and then is locking eyes with the goblin guy, and is going to cast Charm Person on him, and he's going to try and resist that. Let's see what Rug Dumbass do.
Come on, dumbass.
come on,
It's
Rogue.
pronounced Dumas.
Wisdom.
You know how you love talking to yourself, fighting yourself is even better.
Wisdom's not his best stat.
Oh,
Rug Dumbass is out of the fight.
Oh, Jesus.
Rug Dumbass.
Christ.
Both of his knives, both of his short swords. Look, he's. But then, as this thing kind of walks over, he's like, "Oh, sorry about that." And he kind of puts him away, and he just sort of stands around. He looks quite confused, but that's all he does.
oh wait, Theo. When's the mammoth's initiative?
Oh, that's fair. Well, they'll go on the same turn as the orcs. Orcs? goblins, hobgoblins.
Oh Jesus Christ!
I don't want to have like 900 things. Anyway,
I can't wait to see this mammoth in action.
The Manticore is going to fly, because they can fly upwards and also forwards. How far? It's like 50 feet. So it's going to go 50 feet, sort of in a diagonal towards you, which would actually trigger your your aimed shot if you want to use it on this guy.
I will do indeed. Yeah, wow, 150 on the flintlock. I'm definitely taking that shot.
Woo, woo. Pop.
Better hit.
Oh
Jesus
god.
Christ, dude.
Let me just check. The AC is not. No, unfortunately not.
No, wow.
As it leaps over the flames, and it is going to, as you fired it, it is going to fling a tail spike at you.
Well, all right.
Hold on, let me just double check.
Yeah. So it flings its tail like at you, and a spike dislodges slashes at you.
Well, time to crack out the 5th level feature. Okay,
nice.
Oh, finally.
Sick.
Good.
Continuing philosophy of don't get hit is if you do get hit, don't get hit as hard.
Yeah. You shift as the spine,
He activated his shift abilities.
and you don't quite take as much. You manage to avoid taking the brunt of it. This one is going.
Oh,
to...
you've used. Oh, sorry.
on your fight. Yes.
You've used your reaction.
Oh, so
that's an
that's
yeah,
true.
oh, action.
Oh yeah, it's true. Oh no, you take 9 damage.
A day.
A day. Written bits, yes. This Manticore runs up on the ground and is going to make a bite and a claw. Hang on, one bite and 2 of its claws onto Flax here. Bite, claw, claw. Ooh, I think only one of those hits. She has a shield.
I would have loved it crits. It's like, watch Theo kill all the characters he just introduced.
Oh, no. She actually has 19 AC. And she she
Damn.
Write that down. Write that down. Write that down. Somebody write that down.
Oh.
I mean, canonically, we are getting to see them fight right now, so...
No, it's true. She is incredibly composed, and as the thing charges at her, she blocks and ducks under its attacks with grace. And finale, the thing in the sky is going to start diving down. How fast can it move?
200 feet.
Not far. It is not in range. It double moves towards you guys. It is in like all normal range. It moves 120 feet towards you, so it's 80 feet away.
So I have a quick question, right? So the flying thing up there, it's falling right now. Is that correct?
And that thing also, yes, falls 60 feet, so it is now 240 feet away.
Yeah. Will it take all that fall damage?
I guess so, yeah. Does it get to make a check against Earthbind or anything?
No.
No, it doesn't mention that.
It descends at 60 feet of ground until it reaches the ground.
Oh crap! It's going to take shitloads. Yeah.
Oh, it's up to 10d, whatever. I think.
Yeah, but it's still going to take shitloads.
All right.
Yeah, there's a lot.
20d10 is the cap, I think.
Can you roll a
Oh, it's
d20
20.
to see whether it falls into the fire?
It's the full damage.
It would have been further down this way.
Okay, that's fair.
It's 20d6, that's the max. It's 1d6 for every 10.
Okay. Cool. So we'll take the max full damage, I think, yeah?
Oh god.
That'd be pretty funny. That'd be pretty funny. I will laugh, and I'll be sad.
I was looking through what spells to take, and I was looking through my spell list, and I looked at that one and went, you know what, I'll pick that one because I can flavour that one quite well.
Sure, yeah.
Nothing ever crossed my mind more than that.
Yeah. It's a rare one. You don't see it very often. There's a
If
lot
it's
of
some comfort to you, that's an absolute maximum of 120 damage. But that's 120 damage.
I'm gonna
painkillers,
fucking hate myself,
Why?
but I'm pretty sure Featherfall you fall 60 foot around.
Yeah, you do feel 6 feet.
You don't take damage from that.
Is it like a? We'll look into that when it gets. If it gets to the ground.
Yeah, Featherfall you fall 60 foot around. I'm pretty sure.
But we can. Someone can look that up in the background. But
I'll look it
I want this thing to fall and splat and die. Don't get me wrong.
It'd be very funny.
I'll look it up. It's like I'm on the last in the turn order, so I'll do it.
It is that far, but Fearful also says it takes no damage.
It does specify no damage.
It doesn't specify it, yeah.
That is true. It doesn't specify it. So, and normally they do. So,
Yeah. I think it probably does.
I want to be wrong. I want to be wrong.
I don't think you are.
Where's the wording pulled from? Because apparently an old version said descend specifically, and that's the sage advice about it not causing it.
Guys,
but
I'll
if
look it up. I'm like an hour.
Sorry.
It's my turn. Like, I'll look it up. I'll find the ruling.
Crawford. Doesn't cause that to fall. Probably too subtle. What? Oh, as four. Okay. I get you. Right. And careless.
Oh, it's my go. Excellent.
Yes.
I will go like play.
You can get over the table. Fine.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Sure. Okay.
Jumping over here. I'm gonna start.
You kind of see automatically. Flanks actually kind of automatically like hunches over with the shield as you kind of recognize shield wall stuff without kind of thinking about it.
Yeah, I was gonna start shield walling up, and I'm gonna attack this guy.
Alright, Jeremy Crawford, Earthbind spell doesn't cause full damage. That's why it's spelled descent and not fall.
Damn, it's frustrating. Okay, go to hit it. This guy's got this is a big, tough-looking thing.
Yes. So I want to do this.
I don't know.
No, I won't do it. I'll save it. I'm just gonna go hit it. Sure.
That hits. Nice. You think as you hit it that's a damn good hit, and you stick into it. This thing again, it kind of like when you're fighting the hags. It has kind of a supernatural density that must have been even more extreme when it was in goblin like form.
Yeah.
And you suspect that it has pretty high natural AC, like above 16 but below 18, kind of a thing.
Okay.
And
I will then try and push it again.
Oh, that's okay.
Sure.
That hits as well. Oh, look at these good hits.
And then I'm going to Divine Smite it.
Nice. Oh, look at that! That's a good cast. You stick it. As you stab at it, like it doesn't. It's being pushed around more so than pierced explicitly. But then when you get in there with the radiant, it sort of howls in a sort of goblin-y voice as it takes a good chunk of damage. Ooh.
That'll be my turn.
Nice. Okay. Win. Stunning strike on the count.
It's my time. It's my time
to shine.
Stunning strike on all of you. I've got 4 attacks. I'll go here.
I can see trying.
Bam, 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 bam.
Bang, 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 bang.
Delete
training count.
Long on his turn would have gone to count and like is standing there with the spear.
I'll stand up on the table and start hitting this dude.
Cool.
Do I get flanking from this person?
If you if you were there, yeah.
Well,
no,
but then there's another one.
Is that one flying?
I don't think.
Oh yeah, are they flying?
Oh, that one is flying. Yes, that is flying. Yes. So
I can stand here.
Correct. Thank you very much. I should put a little thing on it to prove that.
Right.
Then I'll start stabbing it.
Start stabbing it.
That hits.
Let me just put a link. Okay, here we go. Yeah, 22 hits. I don't think you've rolled less than 20 very often. Again, you slash at it, and it does. It's getting pushed around more so than being bitten into with your weapons. It's got a thick, very hard.
Well, the Argent Brand thing doesn't care about resistance.
Doesn't care to resistances that are for those things. Yes.
That counts as magical. Or, I don't know.
Is that what it said? Did I write that?
Yes, it says, yeah.
Okay.
For the purposes of overcome resistance, the sword counts as magical.
Oh, yes, that's true. Yes, you're right. Quite right. Yes, so the blade is a supernaturally thin blade, so despite the thick fur and heavy armor of this thing, you are able to cut through it for full damage. And it has to make a constitution saving throw to not get knocked out instantaneously. It does not have a tray. Constitution saving throw. Oh,
so close.
You attempt to stun it, but it's a big tougho. Nice. Yeah. Oh no, the arm does not get in there.
That's it.
Okay, cool. It is a hobgoblin's turn. I'll start with. I've got so many things open. It's driving me mad. I've got so many falls. Okay, here we go. So Flax is going to do something. Where is she? There. She's going to attack multi-attack. The Lancecorp, that is right here. How's that?
No.
Not good. Bad. Bad.
Pitiful.
That's even worse. She's stabbing. She kind of looks over at Encarlus, expecting like, oh yeah, like she's been acting like this is going to be another Hogwarts, and it's like, oh yeah, this is someone else, and she's kind of distracted for a second, unable to hit this guy properly. John Doom's going to do something. What's he going to do? Let's have a look.
He throws the bones.
He, in fact,
bad.
For our enemies.
What would he do? He is going to, in fact, cast Enhance Ability.
Oh. On Kalidas?
No.
Oh.
Probably on Bernard as a coward. To make to give a presumably Constitution for those 2d6 temporary hit points. That would be the smart move, probably. Not possible. Why is that? No, she's got 9 temporary hit points. I shall write that down. That's my job. Okay, this guy is charmed. Let me just look and see if he can make a save at the end of his turn. No, he just is charmed for the duration, I believe, and it's not concentration. Yeah, unless one of these guys hits him. So, dumbass stands around and is like, okay. I don't really understand. Why are you guys all fighting? I don't know what's going on.
Fucking dumbass.
Classic dumbass.
Mammoth.
Benna's going to hit the Vargist in front of her 3 times with her pike. Where's that? That's not good enough. She swings down, but it dodges to the side. Again! Ooh, 17. I think I said that does hit.
You did. You said it was like
not 80. I'm going insane looking at all these like.
Oh yeah, you got all the character sheets up.
Yeah, the character sheets.
Yeah, man.
It's killing me.
Whatever you do, don't refresh the page.
Everyone's got names and everyone's got like health bars. There's so much stuff. Anyway, so she does hit it.
The numbers.
Some scary multi-attacks going on here.
You can see that her weapon is not magic, as it's sort of again more pushing this thing around than actually.
Getting all that intel.
Adding into it, yeah. And so it takes that, and she has a third attack, and she sweeps with the back end of the forearm underneath its legs to attempt to attempt to knock it prone.
Oh, get on your ass, bitch.
Now where's this? There it is. And it has to make a strength saving throw. It fails. This thing is knocked prone. And also took a little tiny bit of damage from that. Actually, quite a bit of damage. Nice.
Is it crippled?
Nah, it's just prone. It's just prone. Oh god, all these things getting in the way of all the
Mammoth.
Mammoth is gonna have the mammoth gets the mammoth kind of rouses from it. It was slow to react because it was just
old right now.
Yeah. And Drought stands up and charges at Vargas here.
Yes.
And is going to
charge that lungs.
It didn't get to do its trampling charge because it didn't have far enough movement.
We could travel back a bit. Go for a run up.
It could have spun around.
It is tiny. It does, and it did have enough space. So it does. It kind of, you see it for a second. It like starts walking away, and you're like,
oh no.
As it scratches balding top of its head with its trunk, and then
it doesn't see so well anymore.
And it charges forward, and so it's going to make a gore attack.
There we go.
I would die for this mammoth. I'm just putting it out there.
No, it sucks. Mammoth sucks.
Oh god, it's got plus 10.
Oh my god! That thing's gonna be a tank.
I mean, the damage it does is pretty as well.
Oh great! You want to fight us, huh? That's like 2 characters. That thing.
The arena is only 15 foot.
Yeah. But they're all on top of it.
It's a very long and thin arena.
I think that's all of them. Yeah, that's all of them. Okay.
We're all stacked above each other with levitate.
Yeah. And then Orion.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Mr. Krabs. Yeah.
You gonna do a 10-foot vertical leap over the Count's head? The
Yeah,
Count.
well, I flip.
How's? Oh, you flipped the Count off. What?
And then I flip
you
and
man! I play by my own rules.
I jump
You
on the
flipped the
table.
count over. What?
Fuck you! I'm a sir now. Let's get into his
I
head.
jump on the table. I'll move here. That's what I'm gonna do. I've should have said this. But Theodore, so I've been. I don't have my trident. I have the scythe.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Oh, you do. That's so good.
Yeah, so I have 16 AC, not 18, but I have the scythe. I'm gonna chop it up.
It's prone, so you have advantage, of course. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
I think you have the armor bonus for me, so it's the 17.
I thought it was only on the shield or not my armor. But...
I can do it on any armor part, so
Oh,
if you
okay.
don't have a shield, I'll just put on the armor.
Sick. Bit him.
That hits.
Oh, he's in the side. Nice.
Nice. 11, slashing unresisted as its magic damage. You slash down at this thing, take a big chunk out of it, and that second hit, of course, with advantage, is hit as well. Nice. Rub that second hit sucked. Go back to training.
Are you gonna action search?
No. Well, yeah.
Not
You,
yet.
you chop at this thing. Despite having done a good chunk of damage to it, this thing is still. It's only just starting to bleed a little bit as you attack it.
Oh.
It's a tough guy. Okay. Is that your whole thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Miss Fernbrand, Sir Fernbrand.
Oh, Smith. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I mean, I have to use my turn to get the count out of here, so I'll just use the rope thing, and I'll do it how I described. We'll go over it another time to be more lore accurate, but I didn't think I'd be using spells today.
That's fine.
So I'll do that, and I'll tell him to hop in there and
So
not
you get-
come out.
I'll put a symbol on. He says, "Okay, yeah."
It's like under the chair or something, under the table if I can do it. I don't know, man.
It'd have to be like next. So again, the table's
Sure,
like a solid.
whatever.
I'll put him in a cup.
These are dumb beasts. I don't know. I'll bet on that. Use my bonus pearl of power so I get my second level spell back. That's it.
Okay.
This is literally all I can really do.
It's very. I mean, if he died, that'd be quite bad.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Oh,
good thing
fine.
to do.
I'll go
Everyone in
like
town.
here.
You did it. Okay, you get his cool goat though.
Oh,
Boom.
it's true.
Yeah, kill him and then take the goat.
Top of the round again.
Arms he's got. He's got a Vorpal sword.
Oh,
He's got a couple +3 suits of plate on him.
oh, please! I need,
Nice.
I need some plate.
So that's the wing thing still 80 foot in the air, isn't it?
Okay,
Yeah.
should be, yeah. It'll stay there.
Okay, that is. Just checking.
It's in range.
Okay, that is within range of my crossbow. So I will take an aimed shot at that.
Cool.
Pew pew.
That is. Yeah. Nice.
These things
was
seem
with
really, really
advantage,
tough. I think we should
so-
maybe try to get them down,
Chums.
like one by one.
Okay, yeah, so yeah, you fire again at this thing, the crossbow bolt digs into it and a bunch of feathers fly out of it. It doesn't appear to change its trajectory all that much. This thing's also pretty, seems quite sturdy, and that didn't do as much as you... a crossbow bolt like that would, like, usually take a bird, even a big bird, like, the wing mostly off.
Nice.
But it did not do that in this particular case.
We've enough experience now with sort of things resisting non-magical damage. Did that look unnaturally shrugged off, or was that
Definitely, yeah.
right?
Okay. Is that your whole thing? Your move, or...?
I can't move because it was aimed shot, so
Oh.
that is me for now. Yep.
Right. Mizra! What do I do? The Count's in a hole! Says one.
Then help bring down the beast on the table, and then he is prone, right?
Yes, this one in front of you is prone, yes.
So technically, in the rules, if I was to do airstream on him, I would have disadvantage to hit him.
You're not in melee range, are you?
No, but it's
he's
prone
prone.
targets and against ranged attacks.
It's true.
But he's a large creature on a table standing in front of me.
Yeah, you're fine. He's not... Yeah, you wouldn't hesitate him.
because I was contemplating jumping into melee, but I was like, he's fucking so big.
No, you'd be fine. It's him.
I think it's fair to say because like you would think he's on the ground, but he's actually another 5 feet higher because he's so big.
He's like on a dinner table for you.
Partake in this meal.
Then I will draw my scimitar and I will thrust towards it. Air swirls around and I will do an airstream.
So much for keeping all our cool moves to ourselves.
They're busy.
Yeah, that's true.
Slash, swoosh. That hits. Lovely. Love it.
Bam.
But the warlord, Jesus.
And it's not resisted as the air cuts through the hair, splashing off, and you see a splat of goblin-y blood.
And then I turn the blade in my hand, air whips around it again, and I get to do it again.
Oh yeah!
Oh boy.
Oh,
You've been on a roll with these, haven't you?
Yeah! 1.
Yeah, but hey, 1 is 1, but yes.
Well, you also do something else, don't you?
No, I don't. I did 1.
Oh, right. Jesus Christ.
But yeah, nice.
Don't you get to do a bonus? Can't you do, like, go in?
No, I don't want to because I'm concentrating.
Lung's gonna go in.
Oh, to get him down, right.
Lunga's gonna head in. And he's gonna make a spear attack on this.
Oh, beautiful. Sahagwin and Triton.
It turns out
Side by side.
No.
horrible fishman.
I never thought I'd be fighting with a horrible fishman. How about a side with a friend?
And Raj says, "I hate you because I'm racist." I mean,
True.
you mean? Oh, actually, he has 3 attacks. I completely forgot about that.
What?
Yeah,
with advantage.
And he has advantage because it's
come on.
Holy shit. Give this,
Come on, Lung.
give
Come
this,
on, Lung.
give this man a better spear.
yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
He gets stuck. He turns around. I thought I'd be fighting side by side with the Triton.
Amazing.
And he looks like he's having a difficult time getting purchase on it with his mouth. But
Since he's now on a battle mode, do you mind showing Lung's health bar?
No,
because it'd be a pain in the ass for me to make it right now.
I don't want to see it.
Also, it's not very much.
You just don't want to be obstructed by it.
And there's also that. I mean, hey, in the real game, there's just
health bars, yeah.
Alright,
If you
just...
die in the real game, you don't really.
You could have just said no, alright?
I did say no, and then I said some other things. It is the Vargas' turn. It is going to stand up first. This one, and this one did not cast a spell, and it didn't like getting stabbed quite so much by all the things that were stabbing it. So it is going to attempt to charm person on Orion.
Oh, why not? Why not? Autoboy though.
Orion, can you make a wisdom saving throw? The DC. What is its DC? Let me look at it. I have it written down in something.
I'm not wise yet. I will be wise later. Can we wait till I level up till I make this save?
Oh yeah, sure. Let me just. How much XP do you need to get to 6?
That's
I think that does pass. Let me just check.
Jesus, I think that probably just passes.
I hope that's good enough.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. Let me check. It's quite. Right. I don't know why I didn't write it down. I think it's 12. Oh goddamn! Why am I not great?
Orion will not get charmed while the Triton stands with him. I mean, the Sahagwin.
Oh, no, it's 4 holders.
I think if you were charmed and you thought you were on the side of the creature, you'd have no qualms attacking Lung, wouldn't you?
Oh my god.
I knew you'd betray us eventually. You'd think.
Exactly, yeah, because normally charm is like, oh, I'm a bit confused, but you would probably outright attack him, wouldn't you?
You do pass the save. As this thing locks eyes with you, and you kind of hear in your head, again, this psychic voice saying, "There's nothing wrong here. Nothing wrong here." But you
think
resist.
it's totally wrong.
There's something wrong here.
I wouldn't attack Lung if Yaz was watching.
Well, that seems a relief, I guess.
And the other one is going to down here. It didn't get got by this thing. Oh, this is the thing. I want it to move about, but it can't really now because of all these opportunity attacks it'll take from a mammoth, which would be terrible for it. So it's going to make a bite attack onto John Doomshire.
Did the members just have one attack? Just one go attack?
Yeah, this is one big attack. But yes,
Oh,
it doesn't.
Jesus.
It's pretty slow. Anyway, this thing does bite John, who does not seem to be. He wasn't really ready to get attacked. He's got armor and stuff, but he's definitely the oldest hobgoblin here, and the least sturdy. So he's like funneling with something in his bag when this thing reaches out and bites him quite badly, and he goes, ah, ow. Right, that's Bug's turn. Manticore's turn. This Manticore is going to pad about because it's not big challenge if it does this, and it's going to. Manticore. Let me look at Manticore. Manticore, where are you now? Are you gone forever?
Where for art now?
I know, right? Oh, I completely
That doesn't mean.
That first one went really soft on you because it's meant to be able to make 3 spike attacks with its tail. I completely forgot about it. That was silly of me. This one is not going to forget that, and is going to, as it pads forward, it spins around and it's going to throw a spike at Flax here. One at Lung and one at Win as it kind of goes all around. So first one on Flax. Quack. With disadvantage actually because it's in melee range. That does not hit. Nice. Yes, neither did the other, but whatever. Onto Lung. That hits him. And on
I think they're all at disadvantage, aren't they?
Are they? No.
Is it just a target?
Well, any ranged attack you make when you're within melee range with the person.
Oh, is it any?
Disadvantage.
Oh,
If you're in melee range, yeah.
Okay, then very, very well. Yes, yes.
Well, then, yeah.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
good to know, but yes. Thanks for pointing out. And the last one on Win with disadvantage. 19?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. I don't really see it. So this one for
18.
Okay, this one is on Lung, 7, and this one is on Win. So 7 onto Win, and 8 onto Win, and 7 onto Lung. As the thing spins around. This one that is in the air is going to go its movement. 550. It sees that back here is a pretty good place to come down onto the ground. Whoosh. Lands and is going to make some melee attacks. It makes 1 bite and 2 claw attacks. Okay, so first one onto Yaz. No. 1 onto a claw onto Bale. No. And a claw onto Miss Fernbrand. No. Oh, this thing's idiot. Thank God.
Thank God.
God. And this thing descends. I think actually even still with its max movement, it still has to take a full turn to be 40 feet away. So this thing is coming down, but it is now only 40 feet away. When it hits it, it's gonna destroy. And that's that turn. The other guy falls 60 feet, so he has fallen 120 feet.
Big fall.
Okay. What's going on? Okay, this is your turn.
Cool. Seeing like, as we've been fighting. No. I'll be quick. I just kind of make my weapon kind of bring it out and glow with like a kind of blue energy as I cast magic weapon on myself because they're resisting all the non-magic damage. So I'm gonna try and.
Excellent.
And I'm gonna move out here. So can I get advantage because there's a big mammoth on the other side of it?
If you went to the other side, definitely.
What like there?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, I'll
yes, you can have advantage.
If there's a space you're happy to, I'll go there to do it and then move back.
Down here, because
okay.
John's got a weapon and he's like trained.
That's fine. Yeah. That's 15 foot. I can move there and move back.
Yeah.
Suits me fine.
Cool.
Advantage. We're bang.
Nice.
Oh, thank God.
You need it.
So that'll be 9 damage.
Oh
nice.
yeah. Right.
And 20.
Nice.
So 9, 7, 16 damage.
Putting on the hurden.
And then I'll Divine Smite again.
Oh, I love it.
Because why not?
Big boy.
Oh, not a great one. Bad rolls.
It's
and then
damage.
I'll shuffle back into formation.
Nice. You dart forwards, doing a little prayer onto your weapon, and you strike it good. Love it.
Strike
true.
Did it.
You did it. You win.
Good job.
It's like totally a divinity move. I move, attack, I move back.
I dive infinitely into the air and come down like a missile, stamp around a bit, turn into dust and turn back to the phase I was in.
And in Lone Wolf Divinity, I one-hit the final boss.
Oh my god.
It was so good, because I had such a broken build in Lone Wolf.
Turn 1, God falls unconscious.
Turn 1, God falls unconscious.
Right,
So good.
Kick this guy's ass. If you want.
Probably.
Comes a pet.
You slash at the back. Nice.
Fargo's some beefy.
They are beefy.
Beefy boys.
That hits as well.
Good damage.
Nice. Wow, that's a big hit, in fact.
Damn.
I'll have to do some maths in a second. I've not been counting the damage. They'll just die at some point. Don't worry about it. No, that's not true. And that hits as well. The bludgeon, that is non-magic, of course, because it's just your bludgeon.
Yeah. Till next turn. Oh, sorry, next level.
This thing is definitely bloodied at this point. Nice. Okay, this guy's turn. Okay. Brenna's going to take a step forward here, so she's with her allies. And she is going to, along with Flax, attack the Manticore here, because they want to get rid of that. And she's actually going to do her thing, which is handy. I keep forgetting about it, but I can't. I mustn't. Anyway, two pikes and a sweep.
Run away.
No! That hits. And a sweep. Another hit. And as she does this, she acts in unison with Flax and does an additional 3d6 damage because of martial advantage.
Oh,
nice.
Right.
Yes. So,
Hobbo gobbos.
The scary hobgoblin thing.
Additional.
Very
Sweet.
good.
So, yeah, 25? No. Yes, 25.
Yes.
Has to make a thing to be knocked prone. It fails. So that she steps forwards, knocks this thing prone, and does damage to it because it is not magic resistant to Manticore, I don't think. No, it is not. So it takes all that damage. No. And of course, Flax is going to do the same. She steps forward and does her attacks. Somewhere in this. There it is. Okay. Come on! You suck! Today. That's a shame. Okay, cool.
It's prone, right? So that's an advantage?
Oh, yeah, they're done. Yes, good. Well pointed out. So she will also make a... That was the first attack.
Oh, yeah.
Hey.
And she's going to use her martial advantage, which I guess would also be a crit.
That's who I am.
Yeah, you double all the dice.
You do sneak attack, so why not?
Yeah.
So, true, yeah. So she's going to do 6d6 extra damage with this stab. That first one was a whiff, but it was actually a feint. As she leans in double hard and does nice.
I'm impressed.
I'm
like,
glad
wow.
she's not fighting against us.
That's some good spear work.
Steps together and do 30. She does 32.
Come on if you want, mate.
That's nice. She would have killed me in a single attack.
Wait, isn't? Oh wait, no, never mind. I thought someone was missing, but you just got her out to show the other fighters who would be fighting.
Yeah.
Right, I was like,
she's back at it. She's gone.
yeah.
John Tim's probably very confused as to what Rug Dumbass is doing. He's quite annoyed about that. He's going to. Is there a way? Can you like? The only way to stop Charm Person is to have someone else be attacked. To have them attack by the caster and their allies, isn't it?
I mean, you could slap him for one.
No, but it has to be. But it'd have to be one of the Vargas and their allies to do it, I think.
Yeah. Charm hasn't last the whole
yeah.
Yeah. But he would still attempt to. He would still like shake him and say, "What the hell are you doing?" and slap him in the face. And Run Dumbass is not happy with him. What are you doing? What's going on? Where are you fighting? The mammoth is going to try and hit this thing though. It's going
Come on,
to.
Mammoth. I want to see that damage. I want
It's
to
going to
see it.
stomp.
Come on, Drought.
No!
Oh,
Another crit fail from Drought. He's
I
old.
think he is
he's
blind.
old.
He's old. It's old. I'm so
He's
sorry.
blind.
I
He's blind.
hope you guys know that all those crit fails will be crit hits on us when we fight that
Yeah.
thing, right?
Watch the mammoth TPK.
It's gonna
Using
fucking take us out one by one.
Using the custom lung rule, if he crit fails again, then that's his stat.
That's his stat
He
forever,
just-
yeah, that's
he
right.
only rolls once.
So it works.
Okay. What's going on? Who is it? Oh, Ryan.
Oh, me?
Yeah, you.
Heck yeah. So what's how are all the enemies looking?
The guy in front of you is bloodied. The manticore nearby you went from being fine to nearly dead. The Bargus at the bottom has been hit quite hard. About 2/3 health. The flying thing up there has been hit lightly, but is quite far
Okay.
away. Well, it's like 40 away from it now, so I guess you could chuck something at it.
Okay.
And the thing that's falling is still like over 100 feet away, but it is falling, and it's huge, by the way. It's a huge
Yeah.
creature.
Oh, what?
Do I have advantage on this thing in front of me?
Yeah.
Because we're surrounding it, right? Me,
Yeah,
Lion, Win.
You win opposite it, yeah. And he's not
Nice.
been with someone else, so advantage is great.
I'm going to extra search on this thing.
Here we
So
go.
I'm going to make 4
Here we go.
attacks on it.
He tried to charm you. How dare?
It's the weather. 3 of those
Oh yeah!
hit. Huge hits.
This is just big. This is one big slash.
Oh, nice.
Is it because the hitbox is so big you get multiple
Your
hits?
arm got
Yeah.
more tired
Oh, yeah, it's
there.
It's like hitboxing multiple times.
Yeah.
Dead angling and stuff, yeah.
Oh, and they're all with disguise. Sick. Fuck yeah.
That's it's 34. 34.
There's a big hum
This
as
thing's-
the scythe slashes past it.
Do you end up on the other side? With that huge slash, you cut across its neck and it starts to bleed pretty bad. It is not quite dead. Very close. With it less than 20 HP. Okay, cool. That was a good use of a. You never see that happen. A multi attack where everything hits. Anyway, just remember. There's a manticle that is behind. It has landed heavily.
There's a lot of stuff here.
The goat isn't alive, so it's not really a
I'm
it does what it's told.
gonna, out in the heat of the moment, Fernie would try to firebolt like this thing, right?
Sure.
But she doesn't really. She prepares a tube thing, and the tube thing kind of overheats like a lot. It's very confusing, and then she shoots out a flame, but it looks different than usual, and it seems to be spinning because I'm gonna shoot a flaming sphere. I thought it says spinning sphere, but it doesn't.
Remember, you've got
So-
disadvantage because you're in
No, I don't,
melee range.
because it's not on hit.
It's a check thing, isn't it?
Oh, okay.
I don't know what this actually does.
Oh, I'm sorry. I will post it to you.
What is it?
again.
I assume it has
Yeah,
dexterity
I
save.
just need to put it on. That was not an on,
Sorry.
so you can see it. So this,
Also one of the ones you control and you like move around.
exactly.
Oh, that
So
one.
I'll
yeah.
hit it again just so you can read it. But I'll take that first roll because it was so good.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
It's very
Same there.
big wordy thing. So essentially what it means, at the end of something's turn, if you're within 5 feet, you have to keep rolling that damage. But it's at the end of the turn.
Oh, okay. I'll keep that roll from it.
I can
because
move
it'll
it. I can move it with a bonus, and it stops moving when I hit something. So I would shoot it essentially at this thing, because that's like the only spot I can hit it without hurting someone else who's our ally.
Where again? Say again.
Here, where I come from,
Oh, okay.
on this corner essentially. So it would hit this guy. So just as a default.
Yeah.
And it would hit this guy and this guy again if they end their turn in here.
Okay,
Which
sure.
I think is very likely so far, but we'll see what happens. Anyway, he takes 40
It's,
fire damage.
It's got to be an unoccupied space, I think.
Does it?
What?
Yeah.
It can be in the air. It can be above it.
Oh, that's true.
Oh, okay. Well, I can also use my
Slow
bonus to
down.
just ram it in as well.
Does it take damage now, or does it take it on its turn?
Well, it takes damage on contact, it says, if I put it in with my bonus, which I do have enough space for. So I guess she whiffed the shot, it's here, and then I guide it back with a bonus, and it hits this
Sure.
guy. Let's do it like this.
So it does hit now. Yes.
It does
minus-
hit.
Yeah.
He's used his bonus
Okay,
action.
so it appeared in unoccupied space, which was here, and then I used my
Okay, and you
bonus to
move-
make contact with that thing, and now it's
So this thing
staying
does it hit both of them.
there. No, only one of them because the other one needs. They need to
Right,
enter
right.
turns into it, and that works every round. It's a concentration spell.
Okay, cool. Sorry about
You can
that.
use it as a weapon on your turn, but it does passive damage on their turn.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's how.
You see, this thing. You do set fire to the back of this thing, and it looks very worried about fire. But when it gets actually hit by the flame, it doesn't like catch up quickly or anything. It just seems sort of unnerved by the fire. But it does take that damage and does not quite die. Annoyingly, it's it is less than 10.
You'd know that that's very hot, just being close. If you get closer, you'd probably get burned.
Okay, Bane.
Prince very distressed about this. This wasn't
I
supposed to work
will-
like this.
Bonus action disengage. Move over here.
Reasonable. The Manticore lets you leave, as you said. You can't. It's against the rules to hit me. I cross
Yep.
my fingers.
And then I will take a shot at it.
Sure. Thunk.
Oh, nice.
It hits. Nice.
And I believe the sneak attack crits as well.
Yeah, of
Yes.
course.
A palpable hit.
Click it the second time, just see if it shows up.
Delicious.
Alright, I'll try. There we go.
There you go.
Much better.
Okay. You take a good shot in one of its eyes. This thing is goes from full to bloodied,
Oh, yeah, well, that's fair.
but it yeah, nice, a good hit. Okay. Yes. I'm trying out of time.
Airstream with disadvantage on the target directly, the Manticore.
Okay, sure.
2 slashes crossing each other.
Love it.
First one.
Oh,
Nice.
nice.
21 even. I'm running with advantage for some reason.
I can
Disadvantage even, so yeah, 21. And then he takes 4 points of damage, and then he's pushed back 10 feet.
The most bonkers thing. It's so good. Yes.
And now my second attack is not at disadvantage.
Yes.
Wait,
yes.
why is it pushed back?
Because of that's what Airstream does.
Yes. Cool thing. My mother.
I
used
can choose to move a target 10 feet back.
Oh.
No save, no check.
No.
Really, no save. Wow.
it. Also, any size. I'm pretty sure.
Any size doesn't specify size either.
Sailor is awesome. Anyway, I'm happy for it.
22.
Oh, amazing. Oh, there we go.
You double slash it, and it kind of holds its claws up to its mane as you fling it back, pushing it through the. Do you push it again?
No,
Cool.
I don't. Still up?
It's still alive. Yes. It looks very weakened.
Are you gonna-
Okay, then I charge this way, and as a bonus action, I get to make a scimitar attack.
Yes, because of the weapon itself. Yes.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Here we go. Here we go.
Come on.
Come on.
Yes! Oh,
These are big boy rolls.
oh, there we go. There we go.
1v1.
Wommy, bro.
Don't worry about that.
Oh, I'm so proud of you.
He's trying his best.
Vargas failed to do a cool charm last time, which would have just made Raj not get to do anything. This one's like nearly dead,
Yeah.
but it's insane. So it's not going to flee. It does not seem to think fleeing is what it wants to do. It is going to instead cast that great spell, Levitate, onto Orion.
Oh no!
Try and push you up into the air.
Con
So
save.
you're as again, it looks at you, and the kind of the world around you kind of shakes a bit, and some little pebbles on the table kind of shake, and you are indeed pushed 20 feet up into the air.
Oh, you get like swooped up in the claws of something now.
Maybe. It can't do anything else. That's its action. The other one is going to attack onto the mammoth because it keeps hitting it, and it thinks this mammoth looks like a big loser. 15. I don't actually know if that hits it. Let me have a look. Hit it.
This thing happened for him because he was in my thing. I think he takes like
At the
damage
end
now.
of this.
At the end of the turn, yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
I thought it's already the other monster.
Thank you for reminding me. I will do that as it is there. Yes. It gets bit by this thing, and doesn't seem to be too happy about that. But also, it's huge, so probably not the end of the world. Okay, so the fire it takes another how much again?
That's my question to you because I didn't think of that. Because this one, it doesn't say anything about passive damage. But it's like still cast from the spell, so I'm unsure whether it would do the default +3 again.
You're dealing fire damage, so it works.
Yeah.
I think you only do damage with it when you push it on a guy, right? It doesn't just do damage when it's around.
Well, yeah, but it's the end of its turn. That's when the default thing happens.
Oh, I see.
It has like an aura.
Yeah. It's an aura of damage, and if I were to move it again, it stops. Like,
Okay, well I guess damage. Then
I shall.
It's an aura that you can ram into people, basically, to trigger it immediately.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have another 6.
So 6. This thing does it have to make another dex check?
Yes, it does.
It does pass.
Yeah. So it's 3.
It's 3. Oh, it's very, 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 very low. As the fire kind of burns, you see that it's not really burning especially much, but it looks very nervous and it's kind of breathing heavily from all the damage it has taken.
Nervous.
It is some 6 stuff. Okay, that's the Vargas turn. Manticore. Okay, this Manticore is on the floor. It's nearly dead. It's gonna get up. It's probably gonna die from fire damage in a second anyway. It's gonna make a check to try and not be scared enough to run away because it is slightly less insane.
Just a bit.
It thinks it's gonna try and run away. That's the best option for it, so it's gonna try and run away. It's gonna take a lot of opportunity checks though, so I don't think it's gonna get out.
Oh Jesus!
Yeah, I mean probably not. Let me just, you never know. I think that actually hits both of those hit.
Damn.
Yeah, as it turns to flee, they raise their weapons and cut it down.
Bye bye, bitch.
This one is in a much better position, it thinks, even though it's in much lower health because it is only in melee range with one guy, so it is going to attack Yaz 3 times.
Oh Jesus.
Right, 1 bite, 2 claws.
Oh,
yep.
Yep.
Ooh, nice.
Nope.
Ooh, okay, 2.
Yeah. Okay, that is 10 plus 6, 16.
And do you have to make a concentration?
I do in 1 second. That's minus 10. Alright, and then 2 checks, both DC 10.
Yeah, that's right.
Bam. Bam.
Nice.
Oh,
Okay.
nice.
Take action on the earth bind. Lovely. Okay. And final thing, this bird is going to attack, indeed, Orion, who is floating in midair.
Oh, this guy.
He is going to hit you with a gore and a talon.
Nope.
23.
Oh no, he got me!
11. And it has flyby, so it flies away from you and it does not provoke opportunity attacks.
What a
It's
bitch.
not very high. Okay, that is the last thing, so. Okay, Aldous.
Is it about 20? So it's about 20 foot off the ground now because if he got lifted up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure. You could get back over here and give this guy some stabs.
Dude, I think he's
Oh no!
Oh
no!
Oh.
I did nothing.
+1, right? Because of magic
Yeah.
weapon. Or was it 18? I can't remember. What did I say it was?
It had like 17 or something, so yeah, no. I just sulk back into...
Okay. win.
At least you tried, son, not like this guy.
It's gotten wise to your trick.
This guy's he's gonna die. Don't worry about it.
The Mehmet?
With advantage, yeah, because you hit it. 6 was its health. You plunge the sword into its and it stops moving and it is dead.
Okay. So do I have enough movement to do like a running jump and try and like grapple this thing in midair?
20 feet. So yes, I think so. I think that works because the table's off the ground. I think that works. Right. I love this. I love the jumps.
Then I'm gonna try and jump on it and
on it.
Well, how else am I gonna grapple it? Or like next to it and then you know.
You're in the air up with it. You run along.
It's athletics, right?
Yeah. So it'll be contested, or it can use its acrobatics if it has that. Actually, its athletics is better, so it's gonna try that. No.
Oh, damn.
It's pretty big and strong. It kicks away your grasp and grab.
The wind kills the Mehmet. He flies through.
You could still flurry of blows and hit it in midair, of course, but.
Oh yeah, that's true. I'll do my final hit. Oh wait, what? I did one attack, so I actually have 2 attacks left.
Yeah. Well, no, you grabbed. Grab is an attack.
Oh no, yeah. Sorry, you're right.
Can you stunning strike it? It's gonna
if I
drop
hit
to the floor.
You hit it.
Oh sure. Then
again, it resists that, but it does have to make that check. Okay. Perryton. What is it called? It's fucking stunned. God damn.
Oh, nice.
You go to grab it, and bat your hand away, and you just bring a kick around, kick it in the head, and it kind of goes, and its wings stop flapping, and it begins to fall down. God damn. Lovely. Okay, Hobgoblin's turn.
Lung as well.
Yes, he's going to do something. He's killed he was involved in killing that thing. He would definitely run to help you out. And he's going to make
Fuck yeah.
Yeah. Heck yeah.
You see, he's got an awesome combo, and he's loving it. And he's going to go for a spear, and 2 bites. No, one, yeah, you know.
And it's bloody. I mean,
it's not. Oh yes, it is. Not.
Oh Jesus Christ!
Damage. I'm just going to keep both those rolls. Both those hit. For the second time. 11. Ooh, what's his health? I think he runs up, and I think. Oh, not quite.
He's got his bite.
He's gonna run in. He's gonna do a bite. It's so close to being dead. Where's his health? Where's his fucking sheet gone? I'm going insane with these sheets. It's actually causing me upset. This thing is on like. Let me do the maths. 6 health as well. Yeah, 6 health. That's good enough, I suppose. Yeah. Okay.
And I had a cool way of describing my Earthbind. Because it's like he has his like air stuff. I think the creature's still flapping its wings, but it finds no purchase.
Yeah, it's like a pillar of like airless, like almost like lack of air. You could like suck away there.
Exactly, because then it's still like flapping, trying to fly.
I wonder how the guy up there is reacting to this, being like,
I haven't done anything yet. It's only been 8 seconds, or 18 seconds. Something. Anyway, okay. Mammoth is going to try and hit this thing.
Come on, Mammoth.
Come on, fail.
Yes! Holy crit fails!
I think he is blind. I think in these 10 minutes they took him here, he went blind.
The whole time he was actually
what you
staring
said.
directly into the sun.
Get the fire and he can't see.
He actually just sat here and went blind.
He's only got dark vision. He can only see when it is bright.
It's like Riddick vision. He can't see in the light.
So
these two link up down here, and are going to attack with advantage onto the 3 attacks.
it just makes me not
just gonna kick our fucking ass when we fight it, isn't it?
She's done well with the sweeps.
Yeah, but she's still fighting with us. This is great.
And that one as well. And she has a martial advantage. These two walking together. I'm going to roll that. I forgot it doesn't actually just roll it. Dice roller. I think I've also got the dice roller open. 12. Okay, lovely. It is resisted, unfortunately, but that's That is 25. Is that what I'm brain? Is that what I'm brain today? It is 25. Okay, this one has not been hit too much. Inkel has done most of the work on this one.
Would they notice that our weapons seem to hurt them?
They might even have something to say about that when the fight happens. But we'll probably have to do that later on, which is fair enough. She's going to stab with a spear twice. That's bad. She sucks. With advantage, so second attack. 15, don't even hit again. Shit, the spear, dinky little spear. That's doing nothing. This guy, he's gonna, John Dooms. Now that things are, he's realized that Rug dumbass ain't gonna do shit in this fight. He's gonna raise up his walking stick / axe thing, and he is going to hit with it. Fingers crossed, at least.
Who's concentrating on the levitate on me?
Oh, well, I guess it died, so I guess nothing at this point. You'll fall on your turn. Yeah.
I fell.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll fall on your turn.
I have fallen.
It's Axel Strowman. It does no damage, apparently. That's not right.
Ah.
Well, that's not correct.
It does null damage.
I think Roll20 is breaking too many things.
D4 plus 1. If you're
nice.
But also with martial advantage, so he does 17 more shit.
What?
Yes, he's unbelievable.
You get that weak spot.
It's got his boost. Cool. Okay, they're all ganging up on it. That's all of them, I believe. Yes, it is. Okay, cool.
Christ.
All right. You are the thing. The levitating gaze that was holding up has ended as the thing is dead, and you are 20 feet in the air.
It's 2d6, right?
Yeah, I guess it was. Yeah. Oh, that's a big oof.
That's a solid table.
Pump.
Oh yeah, actually, yeah. No, well, not before because the table's high off the ground. Oh no, but you lifted off from the table. So
I was standing on it. I'm gonna second wind first.
First, second wind. Why are you a big coward?
Bonus action, so second wind.
He doesn't take any damage. He floats to the ground.
Oh, nice.
True. Yes, levitate does specify when it's
Because I was just thinking then, like, there's a reason why I haven't floated somebody 100 feet in the air and dropped them.
That makes sense.
But I will second wind.
You did to me.
It's true.
Yeah, I'll second 15. Oh! Terrible second wind.
This whole session has just been full damage denial.
Yeah.
Wow. What every time.
This is a real gang up on this one guy over here.
Yeah, it is. But he's been doing all right. But he's actually not bloody.
You've already what stealing the show.
Is the bird crashing?
Is this Manticore in the air? The one that Yaz is playing?
That is on the ground. That is melee range.
Yes,
This one, actually, I guess I'll put a stun symbol on this to remind me that it's stunned, which I guess would be that.
And the bird is 9/11ing.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's good, yeah.
I'm gonna fly into the side of the mammoth.
It's actually so so I can't do anything else. Oh, yeah, I'll attack it twice.
Nice. You're not going to attack Lung away.
No.
Lung gets an opportunity attack its class.
You hold your blade for just this moment.
Yeah, you kill it. You cut its head off. You swing by with a scythe. Oh my god, sorry, anime. And you do kill it. Nice. Okay.
That's my guy.
Love it. Fernbrand.
Alright, hey, get on the table.
Jump over the hole the Count's hiding in.
Yeah, and I feel a connection to the flame and just kind of wave my hand to the side and just rams to 30 feet exactly. Fuck yes. Rams into this poor bird who's falling currently and gets slammed.
So it fails if it's stunned on a dex check? Is that...
Yeah.
Is that right?
Shit, it's stunned. Yeah, I don't think it can.
Yeah, it's 20 foot up as well, but that still works.
Get burned, baby.
Yeah, automatically fails on dex saving throws, yeah. So it will take the full damage without even having to check. Nice.
Get grilled.
The beard is toasted. If it was more conscious, it might go. It does not appear to resist that at all.
It's like in the airish, kind of, because it was probably not on the
It's
ground
a
yet.
flaming bird plummeting to the ground.
Exactly.
It's gonna be chicken by the end
And
of
seeing
it.
how this one down there is still more alive, I'm gonna firebolt that.
Okay, so bonus action.
Amazing.
Ah.
Boom. Goes completely off. Well, that's fine.
Okay. Balin.
I will shoot the falling flaming bird with a silver bolt.
Silverbolt. So you
Not silver.
That's for you,
Best
beast.
beast master war
hits.
beast.
That hits, and also yes, he is still in the air next to it, so that you do have that.
Well, it's
and-
advantage anyway, so.
Yeah. So yes, all that hits, and it is. It does not resist the silvered bird. Mm-hmm.
Gonna
Nice.
need more of these.
That does a fair whack to it. It is beyond bloodied. It is very nearly dead. Actually, if it was not stunned, it would probably be running away. Okay. Yes. Ryan has swung by and chopped this thing in half with a big side.
I think Yaz is like thumbs up, and I guess Lung is looking like a kill stealed.
I definitely kill steal.
The big X on the token is the path of the slash.
Then I am going to 20 feet back to here, the edge of the table. And then I am going to there.
Found it. Very good.
Then I am going to I'm gonna airstreak because that's in the air.
The air and it's stunned. So yeah.
It's stunned. Okay, so then I will. I don't have advantage on stunned creatures, do I?
Yeah. Attack rolls against advantage. Yeah.
All right, I will airstream twice.
Love it.
Advantage.
You're gonna push it into the mouth.
Yeah. Oh
If
No.
only
Oh,
it
yes.
flutters comedically. There we go.
Let me check. I'm pretty sure that hits. Yeah, that hits. Second one hits.
oh.
Dude, can you fucking stop? Like doing this 1 and 10 damage of force. It's really upsetting me.
It's below 10 HP.
Can someone put this thing out of its misery, please?
That's my turn.
That's okay.
As I throw my scimitar.
No,
Perfect.
that's right. Vargas, he's got nothing. He's used his dimension door. He's got pass without trace. Maybe he could try and sneak out. It's insane. It's gonna try. It's gonna turn around. It's gonna try and bite the head off Bernard the Coward. It's gonna try, but nah, not with those rolls. She easily deflects it. She actually, just to show off things that she does, she uses a reaction and parries it away, knocking it to the side. So AC is quite raised by that.
Nice.
This thing's stunned. I guess it ends being stunned? Is that how it
No,
works?
it's on my turn. The end of my turn.
It's the end of your turn. That's what
I'm back, and just give me a quick thing. What happened? So he's down, so that's cool. Terrifying.
Well,
cool.
he's still in the air.
Oh, okay.
But he's near the other round. He's like,
Alright,
he's
the,
like
the
30.
mammoth did a thing. The storm.
Yeah, drought finally hit.
And did 30 damage to the Vargas, the final Vargas.
Wait, it's still blind though, right? We just cannon now.
I mean, we'll see. It's a, it's old. It's elfy. That explains it. But yeah, as they're all raising their weapons to hit it, and the mammoth's just finally, and it dies.
Big stomp.
I think
My
we'll
turn.
probably handle what happens next at the beginning of the next session because it's late.
Now, guys, let's do it.
Let's just do it now. Let's do it.
No,
Fine.
let's do it now. No one has responsibilities, right?
I've got to draw 4 more tokens for both of these guys. Otherwise, you won't be good.
What? You want damage states?
I am legit going to draw another token for one of them for a certain phase.
Oh boy.
But yeah. I guess I'll do XP. I'll do XP real quick because it'll be
Easier to do it now.
now. Obviously, I will factor in the fact that you had a decent amount of help. Decent amount. But
Lung gets more XP.
he does.
It does.
probably going to almost be level 3. He probably is level 3 after all this, to be quite honest, actually. Where this thing is.
Yeah. He's looking at Orion, thinking, "I'm coming for you."
He's catching up. Open music screen. 2-man scores, which I believe.
I think he's going to become a samurai.
Oh.
Samurai. He's got weight. His wisdom is multiple burn.
It's true. I mean, he already looks like a samurai, with like the clothing and everything.
And Petri thing, a Periton, which I believe is CR2. Yes, it is. 1, 2, next to you, level 5. That's a hard count. 400 XP each.
Nice, that should take us to 8100.
Nice.
I suggest, by the way, the flaming sphere token, like whether you can give me one of those, so I can just man it myself next time.
I'll do that.
That'd be nice. Thank you very much.
Oh, sick! Love it. Nice one, Roll.
Can't wait to kill this guy, and then the champion fight is going to be about this guy's loot.
Well, these guys don't appear to have a whole lot of stuff, I will say. But anyhow, yes, good stuff. A lot of talk. A lot of goblins. A lot of tokens I've drew a long time ago that I can finally post somewhere.
Yeah.
And a lot I drew an hour before we started that I can post.
How much XP was it? 500? 400?
400.
400. Alright.
So when are we selling drought merch?
He's gonna have. That's a take 2 token as well. His older token was much worse. It was not as good. So I'm pleased with the second version. I think the Vargas is probably one of my faves that I've done.
That is amazing. Yeah.
I like this game.
It's very cool. I like Vargas a lot.
Cool.
Alright, I mean, I guess I'm recording here then. I just started.
Yeah. Okay, it's 1 o'clock. Anyhow.
Sure, I'm here. You don't see me crying. Anyway, yeah, no, it's cool. Dude, we finally got rid of all those character sheets that were in your view.
Oh yeah, I'll take a screenshot of what my screen looks like.
Sure.
I bet it's really fun.
Sure.
Sure, dude. I'll put it in the video.
Let me just go into Paint so I don't have to pull my other things. Edit this very quickly. Yeah. Oh yeah, we had to. Found out he's a Dream Warrior. From what do you call it?
Freddy Krueger.
Freddy Krueger Dream Warrior. That's the one.
Is Yaz even real?
Is he even real?
Is Yaz-real? Yaz-real.
Yaz-real. No,
He's at least 50% real.
Oh, did you draw Kalidas, Raj?
Yes,
Nice.
I did.
Nice.
My first time using screen tones on Manga Clip Studio.
Oh yeah, I've never really looked into those. To be fair, there's I have a brush that does it. Those are all the sheets that are just sort of hanging around.
Oh, you made them small.
Oh god, still.
Then every time I would click on a token to edit its health, they get in the way. They have precedence over the clicking on the text box.
Damn, I was hoping you would see the health values of all these goblins.
That 1080p screen as well. Not big enough for this carnage.
Nope.